As soon as you push off, everything in the world turns off.
Your heart starts to race really, really fast, and it doesn't stop.
You start second-guessing yourself.
Oh, not able to stop the landing.
A lot of times it doesn't work out.
If you're standing at the bottom with all of your gear on, you definitely have a good reason to smile.
You lay in bed dreaming of doing that trick, and then you get this one chance to achieve your dreams.
So clean with the landing. Big backflip. Yes. Into the crowd pleaser. 2, 3 times around. There she is. Backside 7 with the belly grab, and the crowd is hyped on that. Double backflip. Oh! Holy moly. Heavy metal. Good morning, everyone, and welcome here to beautiful Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, who's playing host to this year's edition of course, the King and Queens of Corbet's 2025 edition, the 7th year of this event here in the magical Teton Mountains. The breathtaking backdrop out here behind us, and again, just fired up to be here as we are getting ready to get underway with 24 elite athletes from all walks of life to see who is going to be the king and queen of this year's edition of Kings and Queens of Corbet's. DC here, joined alongside by 7-time X Games medalist, 3-time Olympian, amazing skier and human being from Whitefish, Montana, Maggie Voisin in the house. How you doing, Maggie?
I'm great. Thank you for the warm welcome. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be out here today at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. Beside you, these athletes are fired up, and I mean, it's looking like a really, really good landing. There's lots of snow, and I mean, Corbet's is looking big this year. That cornice really blew in.
Corbet's is looking big. It hasn't been open to the public yet this year,
Right.
So we got a clean slate out here for the athletes. Crew from Jackson Hole Mountain Resort was out there with verts, boot packing the couloir, making sure it's nice and safe. Then it got filled in, so we got amazing conditions out here as we're returning with the Kings and Queens of Corbet's. And our social, if you guys are getting social with it, make sure you use the hashtag Kings and Queens of Corbet's. Also tag at Jackson Hole, and let's all get social with it. It's an amazing celebration, an amazing tribal gathering out here, Maggie.
I love it. Yes, it is. And like I mentioned, the action this morning and just the energy from the athletes, you could tell that there was excitement, but also those nerves. I mean, this event is unlike anything else that we see all year long. Such a bummer that it didn't happen last year, but we're back, and I can't wait to see what's in store.
That's right. Last year, we had to cancel the competition, unfortunately, due to conditions, but we're back in full force. And again, 24 elite athletes from all walks of life, men and women, skiers and snowboarders, are going to be taken to this couloir. And let's take a look at the start sheet out here. A start list that was determined randomly from a lottery selection. Tim McChesney, a rookie of this event, coming out of Utah, drew the first start order. Madison Blackley there, you see in number 9, a 2021 Queen of Corbet's, the only one snowboarder to ever be Queen of Corbet's. Veronica Paulson from 2020, she was your queen. Last time we contested this event, attempted the double backflip. Also, she was 2023 People's Champ. We got both reigning Queen and King of Corbet's as well. Claire McPherson from Canada and Colby Stevenson from Park City, Utah, who you know very well.
I do, yes. Like you said, I mean, I loved how you put it. We have so many athletes from so many different walks of life. Someone like Colby, who comes from a park and pipe background, but then all these athletes too who are free ride. It's such a combination of so many different athletes and different skill sets. So it'll be really interesting to see what their strategies are jumping into the couloir and also down the whole run.
And that's what it's signature to this event. I've had the blessing to be up here many times for this event, and it is such a fun gathering. Everybody getting together again from just like different disciplines. I mean,
Yeah.
You got big mountain athletes, you got X Games medalists, Olympic medalists, you got just kind of like up and coming like silent assassin, free ride, just G's out here in the mix. So they all come together a lot of times. These athletes, when it's their first time coming here, they're meeting some of these other athletes for the first time. And I've seen like relationships and friendships formed and bonded throughout the years. And it's cool. You see them going out and filming together here in the Jackson Hole backcountry. All sorts of awesome stuff, Maggie.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there's a weather window for an entire week. And, we're able to get the event off earlier in the week, but we still have all week after this. So all the athletes, just the camaraderie, they really get to know each other. It's not just this one event, not just today. It's spread out through the entire week, and that's what it's all about. I mean, that's what skiing and snowboarding is. It's about the community, the camaraderie, and meeting people who are like-minded. We're all out here because we love the mountains.
I do love that format, too, the weather window, the holding period, if you will. Taking a nod from surf events where you want to have the best conditions. So the same thing out here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. Big shout out to the whole crew, the whole event staff, the whole park crew, the whole race ops department. Thank you, J-Mo, and your whole crew. I mean, there's so many people, amazing people to thank out here, and we'll get to that throughout the show. But, yeah, I mean, it really does take a large team of people to make this happen, all our production crew behind the scenes as well.
Absolutely.
And just dedicated people to come out here to bring you a very exciting event. So appreciate you all joining this year. We're bringing it to you live, so you get to see everything firsthand with us. And, Maggie, I mean, this is going to be crazy. Again, looking at this start sheet, Tim McChesney drew the first drop order.
Yeah, he
and
did.
Again, the way this worked out, we had the first night, Saturday night, there was a lottery down at the bottom of the tram at the Tram Dock restaurant. And it's a bingo machine where they spin the wheel, ball falls out, they pick the ball up, whatever number it is.
On it? Yeah.
That's their drop order.
It's so cool. I mean, you don't really see that. I love it. Oh, I think, they have the ball drop for us, but it's such a unique and exciting event. I mean, we keep talking about that. Okay,
yeah,
here's the ball draw.
19.
This year's gonna be my year.
Yuki Kadono right there. He's competed in this event before. This event has changed Yuki's life. We'll talk more about that as well. There's Tim McChesney drawing the first drop. It's super fun hanging out and watching everybody pick their drop order. So I love how that works. It's completely random, and we'll see.
No bias at all. I mean, you get what you get, and that's how it goes. And I mean, it's so interesting. Oh, I'm getting waves from Colby Stevenson. Hey, buddy, good luck.
Reigning king.
So we are right up top of the couloir, so we're getting all the action and being able to see the athletes go by. So that's so fun to be out in the elements. Love it. Yeah, we're able to see the top of the drop-in right here.
Yeah, literally, we're about 50 feet or so from the drop-in, from the start gate, if you will, for these athletes. So we're up in the mix. We're getting to feel the weather, talking about the weather. It's cold out here today. The high up here at the top of the tram, top of Rendezvous Peak, was 2 degrees is what I saw on NOAA this morning, and negative 20 wind chill. But right now we're not feeling the wind at all, so sun's out. It's a beautiful day. Again, clean slate. Great conditions in the coulee. We were standing at the top looking into it yesterday. What did you think of what you saw, Maggie?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I've been asked for a couple years to do this event and have said no. I mean, it is so gnarly. My legs get shaky just looking down in there. So I have nothing but so much respect for every single one of these athletes that drop in year after year, people that are coming out to make a name for themselves. I mean, it's something else. Like you said, I mean, you can't find this anywhere else in North America.
Looking at the bottom of the coulee, there is the park jump, the crowd pleaser down there. And in years past, we have had an amazing crowd, a very festive crowd on hand. Big shout out to the man behind the whole park and build scene out here, Ranyan Diarj and his whole crew. Kenny actually the one that built the jump down there at the bottom, but amazing park and pipe crew here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. Much dedication. And again, so many wonderful people that are behind the scenes that make this all happen. Look at the crowd forming down there, Maggie.
That's what I've heard from the athletes. It's like, the nerves are a little more intense at the top of the couloir, of course, as they should be. But when you get down to the bottom, you have that stoke from all your friends, your family, and everyone spectating. I mean, that's what makes it so special. And I love, like we talked about, just all these athletes coming from different walks of skiing and snowboarding. It's so cool that they added the element of the park jump. I know that's been in years past, of course, but I love that it's kind of a little bit of everything down there. It's really, really awesome. You can see, people's strengths throughout this entire section. Once again, we're waiting for the first athlete to drop, but I can't wait. I'm nervous.
I'm excited. It was fun. We were hanging out with Tim yesterday, ripping some laps with him, and of course his Olympian
Significant
partner,
other, yes, Britta Sigourney.
Shout out Britta, who's out in the mix as well. She changed her flight to stick around when she heard that it was going to go today, and cheered Tim on. But yeah, we were standing at the top and hearing him talk about it. He's like, man, I'm nervous. Like, I don't know what the conditions are going to be like in there. Yeah, he's the guinea pig. No one has dropped in yet this year. It has not been open to the public, so clean slate. A lot of times, well, not a lot of times when it is open to the public, there's the goat path that forms off the nose. It's the most gentle entry.
Kind of the left
couloir.
entry, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's how I've entered the couloir. I've never aired into it, really. I just take the goat path.
I've never
really
even
fun.
ridden it, so.
It's exhilarating. The goat path in itself is an elevator drop, but since it hasn't been open to the public, there's no goat path formed at all. So it's a vertical wall to get into the coulee, even if you're just rolling in. But what that goat path does is it pushes up a bank and kind of forms a lower transition right on the downhill side of that goat path. That doesn't even exist right now. So clean slate, great landing. The steeper landing is the skier's left up against that west wall. We saw Hans Midnick, of course, with the legendary back three into unintentional wall ride on that west wall. But that's the steeper landing. So we were talking to Tim yesterday what he's looking for, and he was definitely thinking landing over towards that west wall, which again, steeper landing, and the snow is going to be nice and soft over there.
Absolutely. And wouldn't you say that, like, rocks are definitely a little bit of a factor in the landing this year? I mean, in all years, you know? I mean, the whole couloir is just a massive rock. It fills in, and some years the rocks get covered, and others it doesn't. So it's that skier's left side, kind of where the west wall is. Like you mentioned, it's a better landing, but you're furthest away kind of from that rock down in the right side of the landing as well. So there's a lot of factors to think about for these athletes as they drop in and their trajectory off the couloir. I mean, so many things to think about.
A couple enhanced features as well, talking about other things to think about. There are a couple of other enhanced features, a couple wedges built up in the coulee as well. And let's go ahead and take a look at a course preview here for one of the most iconic runs in the world, Corbet'S couloir. And here's a nice aerial shot of the couloir. You see to the left, S&S, another iconic and very difficult couloir here. But Corbet'S right here, looking into it. There's the west wall to the right. Love these drone angles.
These are epic. I mean, really getting you a feel for what it's like to be in the couloir and above it. But I mean, you will never know the experience unless you're standing on the edge. But these are incredible. Just giving us the aerial view, the bird's eye view of all the action that we're about to see.
And at the bottom there you see the build of the crowd pleaser, the park jump that's in the bottom. Now the athletes did get a couple days of practice on that park jump, so they've gotten to dial that in. Otherwise, they haven't been able to enter the couloir. Another iconic feature in the couloir on the skier's left, just about maybe a third of the way down, is Coombs Cave, named after Doug Coombs. Of course, the original king of Corbet'S couloir. Shout out Jackson Hole Air Force. And there's a look at Tim McChesney, originally from Bozeman, Montana, lives in Utah now, ripping skier. He's a lot of times he's behind the scenes at events, Maggie. He's been the follow cam guy at X Games for many years, hitting the jumps behind the athletes on the slopestyle big air course. Absolute slayer. Yesterday, after we were getting some PAL laps, Tim came and was like, I want to practice the jump real quick. Rolled in, did a switch left 7, and was like, oh, cool. Went really deep on it. He was like, I'm going to adjust that real quick. Hiked back up real quick. Did a switch left 10. Capped the heck out of the tail. Switch left 10 blunt. It was beautiful.
I mean, that's one of the things I think strengths for Tim is kind of throughout this whole course. Yes, he's really known for his backcountry skiing, but he also grew up park riding, competing, and then, you know, fell in love with the backcountry, and that's kind of been his name of the game the last few years. But Tim's got it all. So, you know, we're going to probably see some really big airs rotations into the couloir, but also on that bottom jump, like we mentioned. He just laced a perfect switch 10, second run yesterday. It was impressive. But, I mean, dropping first, it's so funny. You would think most athletes, I think, are really excited about that, you know, because it's a fresh landing, no bomb holes. But you're also, like you mentioned, you're the guinea pig. I mean, the nerves, to be the first one in, the first one to go, to not really know the speed. I mean, a lot of pressure's on you. You know, sometimes it's nice to watch maybe 2 or 3 or 4 athletes go and then get a good idea of what it's like in the couloir. But I mean, Tim opening it up for us today.
So Tim McChesney, normally behind the scenes, films for companies as well as 4x9, Level 1, TGR, Good Company, and his sponsor, Faction Skis. Alta is what he calls his home mountain. And here we go, Tim McChesney dropping in our first athlete.
Oh, starting us off with a massive double cork 1080 and getting the landing.
Count it.
That is so counted. Yeah, Tim. Oh my goodness, I heard him kind of rumbling and mumbling about maybe wanting to do the double cork 1080, and he absolutely did it. Coming in switch to the last jump here at the bottom. What does he have for us? The switch 1080. Oh my goodness. That was so impressive.
Yeah,
I mean,
Tim.
to be the guinea, the first one in, and to land and stomp your run, that has to feel so unbelievably good.
Tim McChesney cracking open the couloir for 2025, and he does so with style and grace. Throwing a huge double cork 10 into the couloir.
Wow, yeah, look at that face. That is a face of relief, it has to be. And the excitement. And we know, like we mentioned, Britta Sigourney down there, his fiance, cheering him on. You can hear her in the background.
See if we can hear some of Tim's reactions. Love getting the candid audio from the athletes.
It's
down
the
at
best.
bottom.
Yeah, you get the real and raw emotion.
So Tim McChesney, I mean, count it.
That was so counted. Like we said, maybe a little bit of a back slap, but I mean, just to land anything, a straight air into the couloir is so unbelievably impressive, but to come out of the gate with a double cork 1080 and stomp it, you know, I mean, that is so, so impressive.
Well, let's take a look at the replays here for Tim McChesney.
What a massive air down here as well. Going so big.
Whoa.
I mean, he's opening up everything, even these side hits, and then giving us that big switch 10 at the bottom with the tail grab to perfection, going huge. I think that was a switch 10.
Yeah, switch left 10 at the
Right,
bottom.
yep.
Talking with J-Mo from the race and comps department, and one of the amazing people behind the scenes that makes this all happen. Well done, Tim McChesney. All right, next athlete. We're on the way, Maggie. This is awesome.
We are, yes.
Wyatt Gentry, local ripper Wyatt Gentry. Shout out his brother Luke, who's out here doing some filming. His mom, Lisa, who works in the accounting department, gave me my lift ticket for the week. Thank you very much, Lisa. But Wyatt, again, local shredder, born and raised here. Let's hear some more from Wyatt on his first year entering and competing here at Kings and Queens of Corbet.
The first time I went to Corbet's was when I was 7 years old. So I've actually watched every single event here. I got pulled out of school every single year to go watch it because it was just the coolest thing happening around here, and it was such an iconic event for Jackson Hole. So I tried my best to go and watch it every year, and I did. I can't believe it. I've been kind of dreaming of this my whole life, and I'm so excited to throw down and see what I can do.
Well, we're excited to see what you got for us, Wyatt. Again, representing the local rippers out here. So many amazing athletes that call Jackson Hole Mountain Resort home. So much history out here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort.
Yes.
1966 is when this mountain opened up to public, offering a new experience, big mountain experience. And to this day, I mean, it has been a proving ground. A lot of pro athletes come and film here. The access to the backcountry is absolutely amazing. Of course, Grand Teton National Park, just to the north. Tons of options out there for touring.
All right, here we have Wyatt. You can see he was doing a little bit of a start, a little rotation kind of practice. So I feel like we're going to see a big spin from him. But Wyatt, like we said, rookie, kind of making a name for himself. But he was recently nominated for Breakout Skier of the Year in IF3 Film Fest in last season. I mean, so Wyatt, like I said, young kid from Jackson Hole, but he's kind of got his boots in the ground. People know his name, but I mean, if he can if he can stomp here, I mean, this, you know, this event is really where people can also get their name out even more. So really excited to see what he has. I got to know Wyatt earlier this year doing an Avi training with TGR. And we were supposed to do a beacon drill in under 8 minutes, finding 4 beacons. And he did it in 1 minute and 30 seconds. But here he goes, dropping in. See what he has in store for us.
Local boy, Wyatt Gentry.
Oh, the massive cork 7. Oh, not quite holding on. Tomahawking a little bit down there, but back on his feet, making his way down. Here for us, got a big air on the last jump, coming in switch. Woo! Oh man, going really big on that last jump. Looking like he wanted to maybe do something a little bit more, but over-rotating the switch 180 a little bit.
So maybe a little first run jitters for Wyatt Gentry, rookie out here. Feeling the love from the hometown crowd indeed. First day here, was out in the backcountry with another local legend, Brian Cruz, and we rolled up on Wyatt and his crew that were going out to do some filming, and before I even knew it was Wyatt, Brian Cruz pointed out, he said, right there, that's the next generation of local rippers.
Absolutely.
They're doing great things, and then I found out, saw him later that day, I was like, oh, you're Wyatt. You're the next gen.
That's you. I'm about to watch you into Corbet'S. Oh, that was awesome. Like you said, those jitters, you know, of going in and jumping off of this, I mean, they have to be next level. Sorry, we can listen to what he's saying. Catch some commentary.
This jump is so fast. I was going so slow.
You could hear that. Sounds like the last jump is really fast for the athletes. So, and the cool thing is like they can give beta up to the athletes that haven't dropped yet. So, you know, that's what I kind of love about the camaraderie and about this sport. It's you know, everyone's helping each other out. They all want to see each other succeed.
Absolutely.
Here's the replay with that big cork 7. You can tell he's opening it up a little bit. Kind of taking a tumble, but getting back on his feet. Doing a massive backflip. And got this big air. I think kind of surprised himself there and ended up going a bit bigger. You heard him say it was fast into the last jump.
Yeah, feedback I've heard from a lot of the other athletes. Plenty of speed for that final jump.
Yeah, you kind of got to remind yourself of that. You know, you're coming with so much adrenaline from the rest of your run. You have to, you know, on that last jump, remind yourself, hey, slow down here, because you definitely don't want to miss that landing.
Great crowd down there at the bottom of 10 Sleep Bowl. Cheering on these athletes. So we've seen our first 2 of 24 athletes. Next up, coming out of Haley, Idaho, now living in Utah, we got Ridge Dirksmeyer, who, this is an amazing story. 2-time king, Crazy Carl Phosphate. Shout out to you, Crazy Carl. We miss seeing you here. Hopefully you're out brap skiing somewhere awesome right now. If you're not tuning in live, watching us, you're watching all these amazing athletes. But yeah, 2-time king of Kings and Queens of Corbet'S. Crazy Carl gave the nod, bowed out of competition after getting the invite and was like, nope, I want to open the door for the next generation.
Love it.
And full on called out Ridge as the next generation and a guy that he said is well deserving. And let's hear from Ridge Dirksmeyer on getting the nod from Crazy Carl.
In years past, just watching the event, some of my favorite moments were Carl, definitely the 2 times he's won. That switch 9 he did was insane. Growing up in Sun Valley, I've known him for practically my whole life. He's been a great mentor and friend to me. And I got an Instagram notification from Carl saying he recommended me to fill in for his spot. Got a text that I got invited, and I was like, oh my God, like called my mom like immediately. But yeah, I got some tricks in mind and some runs that I would like to do, but it's all depending on the conditions, and I'm just stoked to be here and hopefully gonna make it to the bottom. That's the goal.
Well, Ridge Dirksmeyer, we're stoked to see you out here doing the dang thing. So, new entry here to Kings and Queens of Corbet'S, a rookie.
We love it. We love that rookie energy. I mean, you've got nothing to lose. Like he said, he's like, I'm just trying to make it to the bottom. I've got some things in store, some plans, but I'm just stoked to be out here and want to put it down. I love hearing that.
21 years of age. Very excited to be out here. He got some practice in on the jump yesterday and then went and hiked up the head wall over to Casper Bowl and got some ripping in here on the amazing terrain that Jackson Hole Mountain Resort has to offer.
Waiting for that call to get dropped in. Yeah, making sure the GoPro's on. You know, there's a lot of things you got to check on before you drop in here. Check the nerves. I mean, the waiting game for some of these athletes, especially the athletes that are dropping, you know, kind of last, your nerves get really pumping having to wait for all these athletes to go. So it's, you know, part of managing like that mental side of being an action sports athlete.
This is an athlete-judged event, so there's not a panel of judges. Well, the panel of judges are the 24 athletes that are competing. So self-judged event, which is awesome and unique to this event as well.
I love it there. You could hear all the cheers from everyone else at the top. So, you know, the energy's high up there, nerves a bit more, and then you got the full-on party crowd at the bottom. Here he goes.
Yeah, Ridge. Crazy Carl passed the torch to this young man right here.
Pull tap, ready to go. Oh my goodness, starting off with a massive double front flip. Oh no, losing a shoe there. But nonetheless, holy moly, that was a big bang and start jumping into Corbet's.
Right there below Coombs Cave. There are some ninjas hiding out in the cave there. There's some Tibetan prayer flags as well marking the cave. But yeah, some ninjas who, if you're not familiar with big mountain events, those are the usually volunteer individuals who are ready to help athletes retrieve their gear if they have a double ejection or anything like that. So Ridge Dirksmeyer going for the double front flip on his first attempt. And Maggie, another thing we haven't talked about, format out here. It is a 2-run format. They can elect to take a second run if they want.
That's right.
They'll rip back down to the bottom, hop on the tram. They're going to get priority up the elevator to load the next tram right away so they don't have to wait in any line. And they can take a second run if they want, and they don't have to stay in the order for the second run. It's kind of...
That's right. I kind of forgot about that. Is it kind of just athlete choice?
Yeah, first come, first serve.
Okay.
And also the athletes will acknowledge too, if there's a few athletes back up here, but some of the athletes that are waiting had an earlier drop, and there's an athlete that is up there waiting, say like Irie Jefferson, who is our last athlete to drop. They will give them the nod and be like, you go ahead and go. You had to drop after everybody else. Go ahead and get a fresher landing. There's a look at Coombs Cave right there. Shout out Doug Coombs, the original king of Corbet'S. All right, Ridge getting his gear back on after the double front flip. So
I can't wait to see that replay. I mean, that is so impressive. You know, we see a lot of double backflips, but the double front flip, I mean, that is so blind. And this drop into Corbet'S, I mean, how many feet do you think they're dropping off of these airs?
I mean, looking at it yesterday and talking to Tim about it, if you're getting a little bit of pop, I mean, by the time you hit some sort of landing, if you're getting some air, easily 40 feet.
40 feet, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, 30, 40 feet. I mean, that's like, you know, falling out of a building doing a double front flip. I mean, that's pretty impressive. So good on him. And I mean, like Carl said, handing the torch down, rightfully so. That was so impressive.
I love you, BB, Papa. Love you guys.
Saying that was for his family. So we'll see if Ridge elects to take a second run to stomp something in the couloir, but making a serious statement there, like, yes, I am worthy of this. I'm going to go ahead and chuck a double front flip into the couloir. Next up, as we see Ridge down there at the bottom, still collecting himself. We got Piper Kunst.
Our first female rider, right?
Yeah, first lady to drop in. She drew the number 4 drop. A Queen of Corbet'S from 2022. Originally from South Park, Colorado, just south of the hotbed of Summit County, Colorado. and now residing out in Utah. Find her in Alta on the regular.
I love watching Piper ski. She gives it everything she has, and has been such a joy to see her climb the ranks. She actually won, she was the Queen of Corbet'S in 2021, if I'm correct, right?
22, yeah. 2022.
22, sorry, thank you.
All good.
But so excited to see what she has in store for us. I mean, she's really like, the last few events that she's done, given us some really unique options into the couloir. She's, you know, has jumped off, but also ridden the west wall,
yeah,
correct?
That was my favorite memory of Piper, was dropping in on the west wall. And she likes to go big, not afraid to catch big air.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, no, I hadn't talked to, you know, talking with the athletes, I feel bad almost pressing them, hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? So I try to let them do their thing and kind of leave it for a surprise for us as well to see what they're gonna give us.
Yeah, it's nice getting a little foreshadowing, but also I just like seeing, like, not knowing.
Yeah,
with you all
right?
viewers, like, it's just nice to see. Sometimes they don't know. A lot of them, they're like, I'm gonna wait till I get up there.
Super true. All right, Piper dropping in.
Your 2022 Queen of Corbet'S, Piper Kunst.
The massive backflip. Oh my goodness, Piper, just a little bit of an over rotation there, washing out, but so unbelievably impressive. Has she done the backflip into Corbet'S before? If I'm mistaken, I don't know if she has. I know that's a trick she's so clean at. I don't want to claim anything, but that could have been a first. But so exciting now, riding down, coming into these bottom features for us. Nice air, stomping, coming into the finish corral. Way to give it a go, and once again, our first lady into the couloir.
Your 2022 Queen of Corbet'S, Piper Kunst. That was a big moment for her. You mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, Maggie. I mean, this could really help kickstart some careers, and it did for Piper. She got some recognition after being crowned Queen of Corbet'S in 2022, and helped make a name for herself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is, you know, this event is just so iconic. Yeah, it's only been happening 7 years now, but I mean, what Jackson Hole has been able to put on to support these athletes and to make it happen. And with this live stream especially, I mean, it's such a big deal and such a cool opportunity for every single one of these athletes today.
An event that was originally concepted as a drawing on a napkin from legendary local Jess McMillan. Big shout out to Jess for getting all this rolling and still going. And again, it's helping to kickstart careers. It's pushing the progression of free ride. And it's bringing together a lot of really amazing individuals and, again, forming friendships and bonds that I imagine will be around for life.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about it earlier, but just what's so special about the snow community is just we're all sharing a love for the mountains, and you get to come out here and meet different and new athletes or hang out with old friends. And I mean, it's really, really special, and we get all week together. You know, we were out riding together and with athletes. It's so special. All right, here we got a replay of Piper's massive backflip right off the nose. Like I said, just a slight over rotation, so not quite landing it to her feet as cleanly as she would have hoped, but still nonetheless so impressive. And that's only rider number 4. We still got a full roster of athletes to go. With Mike Boggs
Next up, another rookie, Mike Boggs, product of both Portland, Oregon and Chicago, raised by Polish immigrants, truly chasing the American dream. And Mike Boggs, who, as I said, now lives in Portland. It's his first year here, and let's get some words from Mike Boggs on being here and pushing the boundaries at Kings and Queens of Corbet'S.
I definitely think Kings and Queens has pushed the boundaries of what can be possible on a snowboard, jumping into a couloir like that, and it's pretty inspiring, to be honest. The future of freeride snowboarding, I think there's endless possibilities, inviting, you know, diverse group of athletes to come ride certain amazing terrain with, fingers crossed, good conditions. So we're excited.
We're excited for you, Mike Boggs. Rookie here for Kings and Queens of Corbet'S. Hyped to see what he's got for us. Mike now living in Utah. Brighton, the top of Big Cottonwood Canyon is where he spends most of his time. Such an amazing mountain, like such a strong snowboard community up there at Brighton, where Mike likes to spend a lot of his days just cruising around, heading out the gates to the easily accessed terrain.
And also, I mean, they have a phenomenal park there.
They do.
Super fun.
Night riding as well.
Oh, the night riding is epic at Brighton. All right, waiting for that call to drop. Shaking off those jitters.
Let's see what he's got for us. Rookie out here in the mix. It's so cool being able to hear. I mean, I forget that they're right below us. We're staring at a monitor, and I just caught some hoots out the right ear here, and I'm like, oh yeah, there they are. He's, I mean, I could probably hit him with a snowball from where we are.
You probably could. Not gonna do that, but.
All right, regular footer, riding with that left foot forward, his natural stance. Here's Mike Boggs. Heading over to on top of the west wall.
Looks like it, yeah. He's doing something a little bit different here.
Ooh, nice tranny find.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was
a redirect.
Perfect tranny catch.
Oh, poking out, proper in the air. Bone in the nose.
Styling his way down. Big slash. He's just finding.
Oh,
my! Sorry, GC, kind of caught you up the boat. He's finding all different sorts of trannies out here, getting real unique with it. I love it.
The cross-court air at the bottom, transferring to the side of that park jump landing, finding the PAL landing there. So Mike Boggs, nice go there. Kind of getting on top of the west wall with his entrance, going for a bit of a redirect.
And I love it too. I mean, he's like, hey, we're out here in Jackson Hole. I'm finding all the PAL landings. He's like, I'm not gonna find the traditional park landing. I want the powder. Love to see it.
You hear him right there, landed off the top. Look at the iconic, the tram, big red, cruising up above him.
Getting some love from friends and family. It's a party down there. Hearing some music.
Taking a look at the replay here for Mike Boggs, Kings and Queens rookie.
Just styling it out. Ooh.
Little front roll out. That was a combination move there, Maggie.
Yeah, totally. He meant to do that.
Nose bone to little front roll. Again, rider judged event. They're going to have a viewing party later this week where they're going to be able to watch the edits, and they'll be picking the Kings and Queens. And new this year, we're going to have, we've had the skiers and snowboarders up against each other, but they're going to be judged in separate categories this year. So we'll have a winner for ski and a winner for snowboard for men and women.
Right, love it.
So our next athlete, we're going to be looking at another rookie out here for Kings and Queens of Corbet's, but not a rookie when it comes to competition. We got ABM Alex Bouillot-Marchand, a bronze medalist from the Olympics, coming out of Quebec City, Canada. It was 2018 Winter Olympic Games in Pyeongchang, where he got a bronze in slopestyle, 5-time X Games medalist. And let's hear from ABM on pushing himself and being out here, raising the bar.
I think Kings and Queens have pushed the boundaries of what's possible on skis just by the hype that it creates. I've been looking forward to an opportunity to, push myself in something that I don't know anything about, but it's also very stressful. It seems like it's a big drop. I hope to see people ride well. I hope to see my peers throw down, and I hope to not eat shit.
I love the raw honesty there.
Hopes to not eat poutine. So ABM, I mean, this guy was one of the most stylish dude in slopestyle competitions for many years. It was a lot of fun calling him on that circuit. X Games, World Cup, the Olympics, bronze medalist from the Olympics.
Yeah, and he's really made a name for himself these last several years in the backcountry, you know, bringing his big, styly park tricks, but also skiing some really impressive lines. Yeah, super excited to have ABM out here. This is a contest. You know, when I think of, like, riders, of course, you know, you've got your free riders, but I love seeing the park-based riders out here, and he's dropping in for a switch. Oh, the massive switch dub 9. Oh, perfectly to his feet, but I mean, this landing is so impactful. It can be really hard to land these tricks, and especially tricks like these for park riders that they generally, you know, have on lock on a park jump. I mean, it's a totally different ball game when you're jumping into a couloir, but also a natural POW landing. It's really hard to find your feet sometimes.
So ABM going for the switch dub 9. Fortunately, coming undone there. Hiking back up. Good to see him back up to his feet.
That's what we love. That's what we want.
Yep. But it should, again, be plenty soft in there for the athletes. And from what we're seeing so far, it does look nice and soft in the coulee for these athletes out here.
Yeah, I feel like we might have heard a comment from Tim there at the bottom if the landing was pretty firm. So.
Oh, he did?
No, I said it's good that
yes.
we didn't, you know, right? Because I feel like that would have been one of the first things we would hear. So we love knowing, I mean, that's once again back to that guinea pig position. You do not know what the conditions are. You're hoping and you're praying that it's nice and soft. So we love when we know that that's the case. But it's looking soft and good. Oh, sounds like we got.
Colby Stevenson helping to point out. Looks like.
Oh, right. Look at him there. Helping him find his gear. It's hard to know where everything is when you've taken a tumble and you're just looking back up at the snowfield. Once again, the camaraderie from all these athletes, you know, everyone wants to ski the best they possibly can, but collectively, they're just out here to have fun and to watch all of their friends throw down.
Colby always keeping an eye on the athletes, including ABM.
Former competitors.
Yeah.
All right, he got his stuff back on quickly there. I know we're going to see an exciting jump here at the bottom from ABM. See what he has in store. Oh, just a beautiful 7 with that mute tweaked out. Yeah, ABM showing us his park style.
Yeah, crazy story about Colby and ABM filming in the backcountry together. This is like 5 or 6 plus years ago, where they were hitting a natural, just kind of like a pat down takeoff, and it slid on ABM, and he got buried, and he was wearing a GoPro, and the footage of Colby rolling up, he was the first one to him, and fortunately he wasn't buried very deep, and Colby dug him out, and yeah, so a lot of camaraderie amongst these guys.
Absolutely, yeah, when, you know, you go through something like that together.
So looking at the replay, Maggie, take us through it.
Got that switched up 9. Going for that safety grab, but once again, like, had it perfectly to his feet, but like we talked about, that landing is just so technical, so impactful. And then he had this styly tweaked out 720 for us here at the bottom, showing us his park steez.
Why he's got a bronze medal from the Olympics in slopestyle. So ABM, the French Canadian, not sticking the landing on that switch dub 9. On his first go. Will we see him take a second run? Well, we're going to have to wait a while to find out. But moving on down the start order here. Next up, Windam Miller. Windam coming out of Vail, Colorado. Started riding when he was 3 years old. Focuses on filming in the backcountry and also street snowboarding projects. This is his second Kings and Queens. You can find him on the Instagram, Windam Lawn Dart Miller. Very talented on a dirt bike as well. Has the backflip on a moto. But let's get a word from Windam Miller and what he looks forward to being back here for the second time at the Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
Kings and Queens has shaped the progression of the sport by just pushing riders. There's so many gnarly things that get attempted and don't get landed. So it just pushes people to be creative. I hope to see some big sense. I think that you're always guaranteed, but I just love watching people just chuck off the top of that thing. It's the best. When you're standing up there and you get to look over the edge and see someone just launch in, it's sick to watch, just to be there in person.
Well, Windam, it's a lot of fun watching you lawn dart into the couloir. That's what he did last time in 2023. Again, we had to take last year, 2024, off due to the coulee getting hit by a major wind event that was Martin Luther King. I remember that storm that weekend.
Yeah.
And it just blew. The couloir does not like winds out of the north and east, and major wind event, and it blew right up the couloir, blowing snow out of the couloir, scoured it, and it just was not the year for it with conditions. So it took a year off, but redemption this year. Windam back for the second time. Lived up to his name of Windam Lawn Dart Miller. Had a massive lawn dart. They said, chances of us seeing a lawn dart from you this year at some point? Said, oh yes, absolutely.
Oh, I love it. I mean, if that's what you're known for, you got to give the people what they want, what they know.
But such a skilled snowboarder, very strong snowboarder. Goes massive. See him not only in the backcountry, but in the park. I remember it was Copper Mountain in the springtime. They had this gigantic hip that Windam was pretty much maxing out how big you could go on the thing. So he destroys all terrain. And again, also really skilled on a dirt bike. Has the backflip on a dirt bike now.
That's impressive. I mean, to be able to bring one of those machines around and flip, I'm like, that shows Swiss Army knife, man. He's got it all.
Regular footer, riding with that left foot forward, his natural stance. Here we go, Windam Lawn Dart Miller, second year out here, competing at Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
Yeah.
Yes, there it is, the lawn dart in. And regains himself quickly, Maggie.
He does. Hitting that first air after the main drop.
Well, 180, a nice half cab off of that.
Ooh. Coming in, it's the X Games in me. I want to call it the money booter. So stylish.
Windam throwing down for everyone out here. Second year in the event, living up to the name, Windam Lawn Dart Miller with the lawn dart off the top. Could you imagine that feeling, Maggie? Just lawn darting into the...
No, once again, like, I'm thinking back to yesterday and the day before when we were just standing on top of the couloir and my knees were shaking. I mean, at this point, like you said, in his interview, I loved it. He was like, it's just a lot of sense, and that's what I love to see, you know, and hopefully, you know, people land, but it is so crazy and tough to put it to your feet.
Let's relive the lawn dart. I mean, I'm going to say count the landing. I didn't see.
You know, it was
scrubbed it out
kind
a
of a
little bit.
whitewash in there. We didn't really know what was going on. So, I mean, we're not judging. We're allowed to call what we want to call.
Huge half cab off the lower rock there.
Yeah, a lot of variety and option after and before this main jump. So it's cool to see people's different style and tricks come out all throughout this entire run. Once again, just love the variety of this event.
Well, our next athlete we're going to be getting ready to see drop in here. Originally hailing out of Japan, now calling Jackson Hole, Wyoming home, where he has a part-time job bartending at
That's right.
It's Roadhouse Brewery.
Yep.
But this is Yuki Kadono, two-time Burton U.S. Open champion, an Olympian, competing in the 2014 Winter Olympic Games in Sochi. And let's get a word from Yuki. Being out here for 4 years at Kings and Queens, and he's had some very impressive moments.
I love Jackson Hole because the view, for sure. Every day when I see Tetons, they give me a lot of confidence to be like who you are or what do you want to do. 2021, when I did first time, was my first time jumping off the cliff. This year is gonna be my fourth time. It's still nervous looking down that couloir. It's big, still scared, but like something definitely pulled my heart to do it.
I love it. I mean, not only such a talented rider, you know, coming from his park background and now crushing it in the backcountry, but he's just such an amazing human. Really positive energy. I haven't spent too much time around him, but the moments that I have, just love his energy more than anything. I mean, that's what it's about. You can be an awesome snowboarder, but it's all about who you are out here and what you bring.
Big shout out to Turtle Box, a partner of this event and a partner with Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. You saw the Turtle Box there at the start. Those amazing heavy-duty burly speakers that you can find all over the mountain here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. All the lifties got them, rocking out, having their own little dance parties
in the tram.
So thanks, Turtle Box, one of the amazing partners. All the partners will be getting you more details on our partners here in just a few to show them lots of love, but some amazing partners that help make this all go down at the 2025 edition of Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
Takes a village.
It does. So Yuki Kodono, 2-time Burton U.S. Open champion, 6-time X Games medalist, first athlete to land a 1980.
No way.
Yeah, I forgot about that stat.
So impressive, and also really excited to see him back. I know he shattered his kneecap last year riding in the backcountry. I mean, that's such a serious injury, and to be back, you know, riding with confidence and to be jumping right now into Corbet'S couloir.
Yuki, a regular footer, so around with that left foot forward. He has dropped in switch. He had a big switchback one in his first year. Here he is coming in switch again. Nice cab 5. Looked like a hand drag as well.
And putting the landing gear down for us. Such a smooth stomp. Styling out. What has he got for us here? Big rotation on the last jump, going deep to DC.
Again, Yuki competed in park back in the day and still could hold his own on a slopestyle course, so you know he's going to throw down on the crowd pleaser. Let's hear what Yuki's got to say.
Oh my God.
Oh, you can hear the relief, the excitement, the deep breaths.
Dude, that was so tough. Oh my God, I went so slow.
You know, it was sunny here to start, but the clouds are starting to roll in, so that flat light factor for these athletes is probably really going to play a part here.
Taking a look at the replay here for Yuki Kodono, coming in switch with the cab 5 into the coulee, getting nice and corked. Actually, on that replay, not seeing the hand drag. Might have just been a corked out cab 5 for Yuki. Get some nice pal turns. And Yuki now calling Jackson home. This event changed his life. It's so, I mean, he lives up here now. His first year up here, lived at Cam Fitzpatrick's parents' house.
Is that right? And then loved it so much that he made the move, hey?
Yeah, I mean, this event completely changed his life. He'd never like jumped off any sort of cliff or couloir feature before until competing in this event. And now resides up here, has a snowmobile, does a lot of filming in the backcountry.
Yeah.
Check out the film Blink that a bunch of the local rippers put out. Cam Fitzpatrick, and shout out Cooper Branham as well. But next up, we got the Queen of Corbet's getting ready to drop. This is going to be Madison Blackley. Madison was the queen. She was crowned Queen of Corbet's in 2021, the only female snowboarder, the only queen snowboarder in the history of this event. Again, this year, though, it's going to be different. We're going to have a category for snowboarders and skiers, which, I mean, two separate pieces of equipment. Makes sense to not have them competing up against each other. Two different styles, two different approaches. So Madison Blackley, originally, or coming out of Utah. And let's get some words from Madison on all her years of being out here for Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
My first year coming into this, I was super, super nervous. So now this will be my 6th year, I believe, and I'm just here to have a good time. You know, the couloir is different every single season, so you never really know what to expect. You don't really have many opportunities to ride these types of features in a competition format. So it's just such a unique event that I think it's definitely pushing it.
6 years. I mean, that is impressive. To come back year after year, I mean, this thing's scary. I mean, the confidence that you have to have, but also, like you said, the experience of 6 years back to back. But, you know, Madison said there in that interview, like, it's different every single year. How the wind blows it in, how much snow they're getting, the factors that are at play for these athletes every single year. It's wild, but love to see the returning athletes.
Absolutely. And Madison, once again, the only snowboarder queen in the history of this event. That was 2021. Very well-rounded athlete. She likes to film in the backcountry. I first came across Madison calling her in park competitions back in the day. Can hold her own in the park. She'll film in the streets as well. And let's go ahead and take a trip down memory lane, Maggie. Let's look back to Madison's first year competing out here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
Ooh, love the outfit.
I was about to say, that kit, very visible. Practical wearing the one piece as well.
Yeah.
Keeps you nice and warm. So this was Madison's rookie year. Taking the goat path in right there.
Said a little more formed in than it is this year. Styling it out down the middle section of the couloir. To these fun airs built by the Jackson Hole Park crew. Flashing it out, power turns. Ooh. Giving us the variety, that 360 in there, mid-run.
Front three with the front side grab there. And Madison Blackley, again, used to compete regularly in park events, and now she just loves all types of snowboarding and is very happy to be back here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
Getting ready for her 6th drop-in ever.
A veteran.
A veteran in the field, I would say, yes.
Ooh, drop and switch. Okay, Madison. Going for the half cab in. And then a little hill heavy, but otherwise good control and riding that one out.
Still great. I mean, it's so cool to see the comparison of her hit into the couloir from the first year now, 6 years later, saying, hey, I'm going to drop and switch. I mean, to just see the confidence boost throughout the years and to see that progression, I love it. Massive air. Giving us a styly big air on the last jump.
Nice work, Madison Blackley, your 2021 Queen of Corbet's. I like the half cab in. Again, count the landing.
I agree. Okay.
Just a little heel heavy, but I mean, she was controlling her speed, so it was a calculated kind of heel side turn out of that half cab in. Taking a look at the replay here from Madison.
Still a big drop there, going off the nose.
Yeah, and she rode that out very nicely. So nice work, Madison Blackley. And again, athletes have the option to take a second run if they like. So we'll see if Madison elects to do so. But next up, we have got another rookie out here for Kings and Queens. The only Frenchman in the mix. This is Lelo Rambeau. Who will be our next athlete to drop, our 10th athlete out of 24.
I love the contrast, like we said, of the veterans and the rookies. It's just fun to get the variety of all these different athletes and athletes from all over the world too. You said our only Frenchman?
Yeah, well, ABM, Alex Boyard-Marchand is French-Canadian.
Canadian, I know, but I feel like the French would be mad.
So, yes, totally different. The only Frenchman in the mix, Lelo Rambeau, freestyle and freeride skier coming out of La Clusaz, France. A lot of talent coming out of La Clusaz. He turned pro at 16. Enjoys traveling, filming, and working on progression in both freeride and freestyle disciplines. And Lalo, again, making his debut here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's. Let's get a word from Lalo in a lovely French accent on getting the invite out here to Jackson Hole Mountain Resort.
It was a struggle to get invited. Like, I harassed everyone at Mammoth to get the invite, and I finally got it, so I was so happy. It's one of the only events in freeriding, and so everyone's pushing themselves, and that's also why I'm here, because I think it's a huge thing. I think I'm just gonna try to have fun and then trying to show some great skiing. But yeah, I'm just having fun because that's the goal of free skiing.
So you hear Lelo saying he harassed everybody at Mammut about getting the invite. Mammut, one of our partners out here. Shout out to all our partners, of course. Monster, Yeti, GoPro, Smartwool, Coca-Cola, Keels, Turtlebox we mentioned, Gore-Tex, Sweet Protection, Nature Valley, GoPro, and Mammut. Lalo Rambeau's sponsor, one of his sponsors.
Yeah, I love it. The harassment, I mean, that just shows the dedication and the commitment to wanting to make it happen out here. Drop it in for us. Let's see what this rookie's got in store.
The Frenchman, Lalo Rambeau.
Oh, the massive double backy. Oh, just washing out a little bit there. But I mean, nonetheless, so impressive. Oh, flat spin Japan.
He's good.
He's back on his feet, ready to keep it rolling.
Just a little Polish donut out of that double backy.
Yeah.
Again, the combo trick.
Oh, looks like getting a little bit caught up on that one, but he's still got one more hit to go. And I also love, too, they still, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'll mention it after this hit. Showing us his free ride park style here on that last booter. But there's also an athlete's, like the People's Choice Award.
That's correct.
Still is going on. So, you know, I think it's also about what you throw, but the energy that you bring to the contest.
Getting some love down there from Wyatt Gentry, the local ripper, the second one to drop. Lelo Rambeau going for the big double backy. And another thing we didn't get a chance to talk about yet, Maggie, are the different takeoffs at the top. Now, the athletes were allowed to come up and construct different takeoffs, something they've been allowed to do for years. So there's a couple different options up there for the athletes, whether it's like a setback, more poppy jump, who you're a childhood friend and athlete you grew up skiing with, Parkin Costain, a king of Corbet'S.
Right, yep.
Him and Jake Hopfinger, a couple of the first ones to do the modified takeoffs. And the setback takeoff with the pop to more match the transition. Definitely a good strategic move.
Absolutely, and like they said, just the amount of progression that happens here every year and what these athletes throw in, you know, they want bigger, poppier takeoffs, and that's what it takes to do these double rotations that we've seen the last several years from so many athletes. Coming into this final booter, giving us his park rotations there and bringing it into the crowd.
Well, our 10th athlete. What do you think so far, Maggie? You've seen this. You've watched replays of this event before. I'm pretty sure you said you've watched it live before.
Oh, yeah.
First time here, what are you thinking?
I mean, once again, to just be a part of the atmosphere and the energy always changes everything. So I highly encourage, if you ever can make it out for a Kings and Queens, do so. But I think, too, just to be, you know, not competing, but to, you know, be around these athletes and, you know, be able to talk to them and hear their, like, the nerves. I think the pre-comp nerves is really what's so interesting out here. And here we have our next rider.
Yeah, Sharka Panchakova, four-time Olympian Sharka Panchakova. She's competed in this event before. just got in yesterday. She was competing at the legendary Baker Bank Slalom right before coming here. She lives in Portland now, out of the Czech Republic originally. Second time competing out here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's. An X Games silver medalist. Competed in a natural selection duel earlier this season over in Japan.
Oh, wow.
So
That's
yeah,
a fun duel.
competed in 4 Olympics for not only slopestyle but halfpipe as well. Now likes to film in the backcountry and compete in big mountain events. Big fan of surfing as well. Likes going on big surf trips. Here we go. Sharka Penchikova, regular footer, riding with that left foot forward. Her natural stance coming in.
Ooh.
Clean.
So clean. You know, sometimes too with these athletes, they're like, I just want to feel confident jumping in, and then the rest of my run I really am going to put together here on all these other features down the entire run. And with her background of being, you know, a park skier, half pipe, slope style, we know we're going to see a big rotation from her here at the bottom. Love hearing the energy from the crowd.
Yeah, great crowd on hand indeed. Big shout out to all the people coming out to the bottom. And if you're hanging out in Teton Village or down in Jackson or in Wilson, come on up. Even if you're over in Victor Driggs, come over Teton Pass. Come join us on this side of the Tetons for a celebration of free ride. As we're just 11 athletes into our 24 athlete drop. They have the option to drop in for a second run if they will. The snow is incredible here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. Conditions are on fire right now.
My face is frozen, eh?
It's cold out here.
Yeah, so sick. The runs are so sick.
Love hearing that energy and excitement.
So Sharka just got in yesterday. Her and her coach Martine barely made their flight from Seattle. Almost missed the flight.
Oh no, is that right?
Made it in. Fresh off competing at the legendary Baker Bank Slalom. And let's take a look of the replay here for 4-time Olympian, second-time competitor out here at Kings and Queens of Corbet, Sharka Penchikova.
Flawlessly making her way down. Showing us that park style there on that last booter.
Nice work, Sharka. She was so excited to be back here. There's her coach, Martine, right there, a legendary Czech snowboarder in his own right. But, yeah, she was very excited to be back here at Jackson when I was catching up with her last evening. Loves it here. One of the first things she said was, when can we go ride? We go ride Wednesday after the event's over. She likes to get out and check out everything that this amazing mountain and the terrain has to offer. But now let's move on to our next athlete, our 12th athlete to drop. Your reigning queen of Corbet's coming out of Canada. This is Claire McPherson. And let's get a word from Claire on her experience in being out here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
Kings and Queens has pushed the boundary of what's possible on skis. I think everyone at the top gets so hyped on what everyone else is doing, and they always one-up each other, and it just has made so much progression in skiing. The best moment of the 2023 Kings and Queens was Veronica attempting the double backflip. It was so cool to watch her send it, and I hope she lands it this year. I think the future is really bright. I see kids younger than me just like absolutely sending it and crushing it, and I think that yeah, the progression just keeps getting better and better, what people can do.
Yeah, Claire. So Claire McPherson, you're defending your reigning queen of Corbet's here from 2023, 21 years of age. It was her first time ever to Jackson 2 years ago when she came and won this event. She's the working woman skier, a patroller.
And a firefighter.
And a wildland firefighter.
I mean, all around. Just incredible. Yeah, I got to talk to her about that and, you know, asked her kind of about just being an absolutely incredible skier, but, you know, caught up with her about the ski patrolling and the firefighting, and so she absolutely loves it. Like, loves it. As much as she loves skiing, you know, and is such a strong rider. I was like, are you going to film? She's like, I love what I do. I'm like, hey, that's all you can ask for out here. But just so excited to see her out, you know, here at Kings and Queens, changing things up from her daily routine of ski patrolling at Fernie. And as we can see, the snow is really starting to come down. That light is starting to get a little bit flatter here. But these athletes, they know what they're doing. Their air awareness is impeccable. And I'm excited to see, hopefully, another big backflip.
Claire McPherson, here she is, your reigning queen of Corbet'S, dropping in, your 12th athlete.
Ew, stomping that flawlessly.
Made it look easy there, Maggie.
So easy. And then, yes, this big back. Yeah, I was hoping we'd see this from her. Kind of back, a little bit over-rotated, but still holding onto her feet. Coming in down to this last jump for us. Woo! Into the corral at the bottom with the crowd. I mean, awesome, awesome riding.
Yeah, great work from our reigning queen of Corbet'S, Claire McPherson, with a nice straight air in, just making it look easy, a big straight air in. She road tripped out here from Fernie with her boyfriend Tamaj. Shout out to him. There's Piper Kunst, fellow queen of Corbet'S from the year prior to Claire's crowning.
I love it. Once again, look at just the camaraderie. That's what makes this sport so special.
I know.
Hear them talking over.
Yeah. Dude, and the top, too. Oh, good. I know what I need to do now. Yeah, I don't. My back.
You went a lot bigger than I thought you did on top.
That's her boyfriend Tamaj right there with some tweaking. As we'll take a look at the replay, and good to hear Piper. Sounds like she is planning on taking the second run.
You know, I love kind of getting the little tidbits from the bottom.
Look at the air in. Again, just an elevator drop if you're taking any sort of air here into the coulee.
Such a strong skier. I love seeing that. You know, also being able to do those big airs, backflips, other tricks, but also just really, really strong skiing throughout the powder.
Laid out the beautiful backflip there. Second air in the couloir. Well done, Claire McPherson, your 2023 Queen of Corbet'S, with a nice clean top to bottom run. Next up, very excited to see this gentleman's name on the start sheet. Spencer Whiting, or as many of you may know him as Gimbal God, getting ready to drop in here. Now, if you're not familiar with Spenny, AKA Gimbal God, out here in the mix, one of the most skilled follow cam athletes out on this planet. I mean, this dude, he has followed some of the best. He helps direct films. He helped Judd Henkes direct an amazing movie. And just is always down to work with athletes. Very creative eye and so much talent. As again, you can find him at such events as the X Games, following the athletes off the big air jump, getting the shot, following them down the slope style course. But he used to compete as well, and I was talking to him about it on the tram this morning. I'm like, Spencer, when was the last time I would have announced you? In 2015 at the Burton European Open.
Is that right?
Switzerland.
Yeah, such a talented rider himself, but 2015.
Yeah, that was one of the last years he competed. He had a couple other events, but that was like one of the last major pro events that he competed in. And then started filming. People immediately started calling him Gimbal God due to just how steady of a follow cam he would provide. And he really was. I mean, he revolutionized the follow cam.
He totally did. I mean, and there's something to be said about having the skill of a rider and then also being able to do these follow cams. You can really read the athletes because, I mean, you're going off massive jumps with them, having that confidence too, riding everything. But yeah, he is, once again, just an absolute legend in the filming world, but really excited to see him out here competing back in the bib.
It's awesome. Yeah, an athlete from Monster, and it's so cool. Monster now with this amazing partnership with Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. The Monster team immediately took advantage of that partnership and got a house up here last year. The amount of athletes, Monster athletes, that have come up here for their first time ever, and now they're starting to, I mean, not only rip around the ski area, but film in the backcountry up here and taking full advantage of that partnership.
Saying the same thing, really taking advantage of what Jackson Hole has to offer. And I mean, lucky myself being a monster athlete, reaping those benefits. But it's really cool to see, you know, a lot of these athletes on Monster are known for their park and pipe riding contests. But for Monster to give all these athletes the opportunity to come out and experience something totally different like Jackson Hole is really, really special.
Spenny rocking a nice burly beard this winter. His fiance, he said, is disgusted with it, but he told her he's committed to it and is going to grow it all winter, not shave it till the end of the season. Here we go, Gimbal God dropping in. I've never been able to say that.
Oh.
Nice kind of like ollie into a wall ride off the nose into the couloir. Into the front side 3. Getting a little buck, but quick recovery back to his feet. Again, such a skilled snowboarder. Very hyped to see Spencer Whiting, Spenny, aka Gimbal God, not riding while filming. And just riding for himself. Throwing down on the crowd pleaser for the crowd down there in 10 Sleep Bowl.
Yeah, I love hearing that cheer from the crowd below. I mean, just that energy from everyone else is so special, especially like I've mentioned before with your nerves at the top. Then you get to the bottom and you have that excitement of everyone there watching you. But also, Spencer and some of these athletes, you know, I love seeing the massive airs off the Corbet'S couloir, but it's really cool to see these unique kind of tranny finds, right?
See if we can eavesdrop on the conversation. Catching up with Dingo.
Oh, Dingo making an appearance out here, a legend himself.
Look at the replay here for Gimbal God, aka Spencer Whiting. Again, I love the approach there, a little ollie into wall ride off the nose.
Go to that last line on the bottom air. The Monster crew showed up to represent.
Yeah, the Dingo in the house. Should have gotten Dingo to forerun this event.
Man, if we would have saw him yesterday, maybe we could have convinced him, DC.
That would have taken a lot of convincing.
I think so.
Healthy bribe.
I mean, just to have the, you know, to say you did it, dropped in to Kings and Queens, come on. Looks like they're reviewing something. Going over the run, it's almost like comp style, right?
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse, he says. The optimism. Nice work, Spenny. Yes, we do love it.
We love optimism.
Appreciate the optimism. All right, looking at our next athlete to drop. 14th athlete in. Ooh, Spenny had lucky drop number 13. 4th athlete in, Alex Hackle. His second time competing out here in this event. Got 3rd in this event back in 2023. A Boston native who, well, currently kind of based off the East Coast, but he was saying kind of nomadic as well. Just traveling around, doing a bunch of filming. A lot of filming in the streets for Alex Hackle. Again, secured 3rd place at the 2023 Kings and Queens of Corbet. So let's get a word from Alex Hackle and how fired up he is to be back here at the beautiful, amazing, iconic Jackson Hole Mountain Resort.
I feel great. I feel really good to be back. I think every year Corbet's is different. So I would say as much as I've grown as a person maybe in 2 years, the couloir also changes, and every year it's a new challenge. So I'm just looking forward to getting up there, looking at it from the top, and coming up with an idea of what to do this year.
Well, he had the nice hand drag 3 at the 2023 Kings and Queens of Corbet's, and that was part of his campaign to get up on the podium, getting 3rd place in that event. Again, rider judged event. I do love that about this event.
Yeah,
Maggie, I'd encourage you, if you can go to the watch party. It's pretty fun going to the watch party. It's very festive. And here we go, Alex Hackle, sorry, in the couloir. He just snuck in on
He
us.
did just sneak
Holy
in there.
Smokes.
Big 360. Getting those pow turns. hopping around, having fun on the way down. Oh, and the big right side 900 to finish it off, showing us that park style of his.
Yeah, Alex Hackle. All right, excited to see this replay. He snuck in on us.
He did, I know. I feel bad that we kind of missed his first hit. But still, you can see the stoke there at the bottom, the camaraderie from all the athletes making their ways down.
I was just going to say a couple patrollers skied by us as we are again up here by the top of the couloir. Shout out to the entire patrol staff out here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort.
Yeah, they have a lot of hard work, you know, patrolling a resort like this with so much incredible, amazing terrain.
And checking out the replay here for Alex Hackle. He goes hand drag again, but yeah, the hand drag 7 ups the ante from his 2023 performance. Great landing right up against the west wall, man.
Well, that's kind of what we were hearing. That's like from some of the athletes was that west wall landing looked like it had, you know, the most steepness to it, so a little easier to land, and kind of had some of the better looking snow. And a lot of athletes are landing pretty central in the couloir, so trying to find those fresh landings and then giving us that big 900 at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm just live, so they're cutting me here and there. But nice work, dude.
I mean, dude, fuck, you're gonna give me 13. Dude, I can't.
Well, Alex Hackle, great run, top to bottom. I mean, that could be another podium finish for Alex. Again, it's up to his peers out here, the other athletes, as this is an athlete-judged event. We'll get you the results. We have the award party on Saturday. Again, this whole week, I love how festive this week is. We start off with the athlete welcome party. The Saturday before the event, the window kicks off. They determine the drop order. Everybody hangs out together. And then the awards party at the end. So next up, Shereel Moss, a very decorated athlete. I'll get you some more accolades from Shereel, but she's been talking about maybe throwing a 7 here into the couloir. Let's get a word from Shereel on possibly throwing down the 720 2 times around here in the Corbet'S couloir.
I think like events like this really help people like just to become big mountain riders, and when you see these kind of like events where people like go ride to mountain anywhere at their home resorts or whatever, they can really relate to like pick your line and do your tricks down the mountain. And I think therefore this is something that more and more people will be into watching and in competing. I would love to try 720 into the couloir, but I don't know this year how it's looking, so we'll see when I get up there, but I would love to actually like send it in there.
Well, Shereel Moss, not afraid to send, originally from the Netherlands, now based in Idaho. Loves just sled necking out there, big fan of snowmobiling in the deep powder. She's a 3-time Olympian, X Games gold medalist in big air. She's recently competed in the Natural Selection Tour, and she is set to take on Kings and Queens once again. This is her 3rd time competing out here at Kings and Queens. 2-time world champ, again, 3-time Olympian, and X Games gold medalist.
I mean, let's talk about, you know, we talked about the progression of the sport, but also, you know, the progression for the females out here. Let's see what she has.
Not going for the 7-in on this time, just locks in a nice frontside grab, pokes it out as well for extra style points for the goofy footer as the sun pops out.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully a little bit of sun in that couloir for her. Getting all that powder. I mean, these are the first athletes in the couloir this year, so they're getting all the good stuff. Storm a couple days ago here in Jackson.
Another one coming in this weekend.
Yeah.
Shereel Moss.
Strong.
Yes. Originally from the Netherlands, now calling Idaho home. Let's hear what she's got to say.
Well done.
That was a little harder.
Nice work.
One more, right? One more.
Get it.
Yeah.
Or 2 more, skip the last.
Yep. 2 skip. 2 minus, however you say it. If you're about that, but most people are in this industry.
So looking at the replay here for Shereel Moss again, the sun came out for her, got the good light.
Yeah, perfect light in that landing there.
back three off the crowd pleaser at the bottom. So you heard her saying one more.
One more. So maybe she's thinking about that rotation.
Love to see the 720 from Shere here into the couloir.
I mean, even too, just to hear these athletes like talk about these rotations and things they want to try, that's a part of progression too, you know? Even though you might not always see it, they might not be feeling it. The fact that, you know, these athletes and females too are really thinking about some of these big spins, big rotations, just goes to show the progression that happens out here at Kings and Queens. Really spectacular.
Another rookie out here in the mix. We got Tristan Lilly getting ready to drop in for his first time here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's. Raised in Bethel, Maine, now based in Salt Lake City. Honing his skills at Alta and Snowboard there in Little Cottonwood Canyon. He's an emerging name in freestyle skiing and will be making his Kings and Queens debut for you here in just a moment. But let's get a word from Tristan on why it is so special for him to be out here.
I think the boundaries get pushed pretty much every day all over the world. But Kings and Queens is definitely special. It's just like a showcase to absolutely huck it. What's everything you got, you know? Ready for the show. It's always impressive.
Oh, I love hearing that. It is. It's all about progression. I feel like I was just touching on that here. And these athletes know that, you know, it's everything on the line. They love it. They want to send.
Dropping in, Tristan Lilly, Piper Kuntz's boyfriend.
Whoa, what was that? I mean, some sort of 720 variation, but hand drag, like a hand drag cork 7. That was wild.
Yeah, very flippy on that first 360 with the hand drag initiating the flip. Oh, losing the ski down there.
Trying to hold on.
Double ejecting. But Tristan Lilly, as I said, he's been here before. His girlfriend, Piper Kuntz, the queen from back in 2022.
Hiking up, trying to get some speed for us on this last feature, last jump. Oh, the crowd pleaser, a big old front flip. Love to see it.
Tristan Lilly, unbeknownst to me, gave me a little foreshadowing yesterday when we took a fun party lap with
that crew,
a few of these athletes and did a nice hand drag 3 off a pillow yesterday.
Oh.
Goes for that hand drag, very corked out 7.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the replay on that one. It, like you mentioned, it looked like a 3 and then just ripped around that last rotation.
Yeah, 2 different axes on. See if we can hear what he's saying. Get that candid conversation about the hand drag 7. We'll take a look at the replay here for Tristan Lilly.
Yeah, look at that. Looking like he's going 3 and then just like a cat getting it to his feet.
For real.
Big air C and then the big old crowd pleaser front flip at the bottom, going past that bottom line. Love the progression, love the uniqueness of the hand drags and all these different rotations from these athletes. The stoke.
Well, was trying to get some more candid conversation to hear if he plans on going up for another one, but young athlete, lots of energy. Wouldn't be surprised. It's his first year out here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes for another one.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the replay there on how he kind of lost a shoe, but you know these athletes, they come out here to land, to commit and put down a smooth run. So yeah, I'm sure we'll see him again.
Well, next up, very excited. You can hear the crowd starting to get fired up out there. We've got our Queen of Corbet's from 2020, the People's Choice Award recipient from 2023. This is local ripper Veronica Paulson. And let's hear from Veronica on some of her best memories of competing out here at Jackson Hole, Kings and Queens.
My favorite memory from Kings and Queens is from 2020 when I landed the single backflip into Corbet'S. That was a launching point for my career. It brought me so many opportunities. I got my first ski contracts ever. I was not sponsored before then at all, so it really opened the doors to this whole industry for me. We have a lot of new faces around this year. I'm really excited to see what people bring to the couloir and their creativity. All the women in the competition just keep pushing it every year, so I'm excited to see what everyone's bringing to the table.
Well, we're excited to see what you got for us. All hail Queen V, Veronica Paulson, originally from San Francisco, but again, now calling Jackson Hole, Wyoming home. Made history in 2020, becoming the first woman to successfully land a backflip into Corbet'S. That got her the title, the crown that year. And the first female to attempt a double backflip in competition in 2023, and she got the People's Choice Award that year for that, Maggie. And this year, she's
going for it again.
She's like, I'm going for the double backy.
I mean, you can see it, this set that she's doing, you can tell that she's going for two. I mean, wow, unbelievable. A double backflip into Corbet'S, and she knows what she wants. She, like you mentioned, she said, this is what I'm here for. I'm here to land it. I've done the single. It's time to land the double. So we're about to get the action. Yeah, Veronica, really, really pushing the sport for women's free skiing.
Envisioning that double backflip. Shout out to her boyfriend, Randy, who is the in-venue announcer down at the bottom. You're going to be hearing him give her lots of love on the mic down there. She's just taking a moment for herself.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of it, too. It's all right, here she goes. Yeah, Veronica. Going for it. Oh, my gosh. Just a slight over-rotation there, but bringing it to her feet fully around.
We do have the best medical staff on hand. We're here to ensure the safety of all our athletes.
Yeah, safety is #1 out here for every single rider, and they have everything in place.
So sending positive vibes in there to Veronica Paulson. So again, athlete safety, #1 priority. We do have the best medical staff on hand to make sure, ensure the safety of our athletes and allowing athletes plenty of time to collect themselves. So welcome everybody once again here to the top of the tram, the top of Rendezvous Mountain with the iconic Corbet'S couloir just about 100 feet below us. DC here, joined alongside by Maggie Voisin. And Maggie, how you doing? Pretty chilly up here. The -20 was the wind chill forecasted for up here on top of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, but the wind really not too bad, but 2 degrees, a balmy 2 degrees Fahrenheit was the high forecast.
Chilly, but look at you and I mean, we came in with our puffies, we got toe warmers, hand warmers. You know, we're no strangers to the mountain. We know that it's chilly, it's cold, we know how to prepare. You know, I'm definitely trying to stay warm a bit, but hey, it's all about the athletes out here. I'm doing just fine. And I mean, we still have this beautiful view. The clouds have kind of rolled in a little bit, but the sun has been in and out, and it feels good. That little bit of sunshine, I mean, woo.
It is heartwarming. It's good for the soul. So again, sending positive vibes out to Veronica Paulson, going for the double backflip, and we'll get you guys word on the progress down there for Veronica, but it looked like she was taking a moment for herself. The athletes, you could hear them shouting down into the couloir on her. down to her, and again, best medical staff on hand that they're going to ensure the
1000%.
safety of the athletes. But it's no joke. I mean, it's a big drop into that couloir, and elite athletes are who we got here in the mix. 24 athletes on this roster, and they are very strong athletes. They take this all very seriously. They do a lot of training. You got to keep your body strong when you're pushing the boundaries of what's possible in freeride.
Yeah, you know, when we talk about progression of the sport, you know, there's always a lot of factors into that.
So getting word that the medical staff is attending to Veronica and making sure she's all good to get out of the couloir safely. So we're going to go ahead and take a look back at some of the amazing moments out here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort for Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
Top runs. That's a hard thing.
It's been crazy to see it evolve. So much insanity in years past.
Each year, it seems like the competition stepped up. A few stand out for sure.
I remember the first year thinking about best runs. There was so much uncertainty the first year, and Hans Mindich put down a back three to open it up, and it just relieved everybody. Big exhale.
Jeff Ledger, I remember him kind of coming on the left side and just like front flipping into it. And it's just like, what?
For the female side of it, I think Kate Zelliff, Aaron from the top, and you know, just lace it and just go full torque out of the couloir, like hauling. She did it the next year. I think she was back-to-back queen.
First thing that comes to mind was Carl, like the first year, just kind of putting the course to shame in a way, like the way he kind of just got in there in the second run.
Travis Rice's run was all time. We had skiers on the top of the podium, and to have Travis come in and do the event, you know, just to have his energy.
Just to see him operate and such confidence and grace, man, he just put one down in there.
Harkin and Jake Hopfinger. The first year that they built the like really steep, quick lip at the top was just a trip. Double backflips going into it.
Watching Jake, he definitely gave me a boost of confidence seeing that it came around right to his feet, and definitely as I dropped in, I just had to mimic what he did.
It's kind of crazy, like a dub backflip's like now a mellow trick.
It was the year of the doubles. Sam Cooch came in, stomped the dub cork 10.
Big old dub 10 and somehow recovered in time and hit the next jump, and yeah, it was wild.
Jake Hopfinger stomping the dub flat. Stalled out midway. Everyone thought he was going to under-rotate, but the way he brought it around was so dope.
There's just jaw-dropping moments that have gone down, and one of those is Veronica Paulson's just big, lofty backflip, super stomp.
Of course, Veronica Paulson with the stamp of the century into there. She's worked so hard to do that, and it was awesome to see it play out for her.
Veronica, I mean, her backflip in that she stomped was pretty much the craziest thing I've ever seen a girl do on skis.
Top run, yeah, probably Carl Fosbeth, switch 9 off the top. yeah, once he was in there, he just did what Carl does. Steez, speed, just the combination of it all.
Pretty insane, because the bar had already been set once again. Kind of like year one, he just like got in his mode, did it, and also did it in like the crappiest conditions. It was no walk in the park in there.
Trevor Kinnison obviously is the one that's burned into everybody's brain.
I saw Trevor just hanging out up top the day that he hit it, and I thought he was just up there to stoke everyone out. I didn't realize he was going full send.
When I jumped off it, bouncing, and then getting there, skiing, and then I couldn't see anything, and then stopping. Just hearing the roars from the top, from the bottom, that like gave me goosebumps. It was just super cool to hear. I'm speechless, you know, of the feeling I got in the couloir from that. So it meant the world to me because it definitely like jump-started my career.
Hans Minnich's back three wall ride was just probably the gnarliest thing that's ever gone down in the history of snowboarding. Couldn't believe my eyes what I was seeing. That, I mean, just literally what the.
Seeing what's happened over the last 5 years is just never thought we'd be where we are now.
It's crazy, man, what this contest has brought out and how it's helped with progression. Just stoked to be a part of it, and glad Jackson throws down and makes this happen.
Welcome back, everybody, once again here to beautiful Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, DC here, joined alongside by Maggie Voisin, and on a current hold here, again, sending positive vibes out to Veronica Paulson. Went for the double backflip, got it around, but needing some time for herself, and again, best medical staff on hand, and they're going to go help her out and help get her out of the couloir, but we'll be resuming competition here pretty soon. Maggie, again, your first time. You were going to be on the call with me last year, but we had to cancel the event last year due to weather. But we're back in full force this year with great conditions. And, you know, after seeing our first, how many athletes have we seen now? Our first 17 athletes out of 24 drop. What are your thoughts so far on what we've seen go down?
I mean, it's been absolutely crazy. I think, you know, a highlight for me was Tim McChesney right out of the start with the double cork 1080, you know, the guinea pig into the couloir. You don't know how the landing is. That's been really cool to see. But, you know, we have a lot of vets here, a lot of rookies out in the field. I love, like, that mix of all the athletes, and still a lot of action to come. So make sure you stay live, you're tuned in, because, you know, we're only halfway through, really, if even.
Yeah, athletes have a chance. They have an option to take a second run if they would like. So we'll see how many athletes elect to take the second run. Sometimes we've seen in the past when athletes lace that first run, they're like, I'm good. I'm not going to improve on that. And then some that you see have issues on their first run, they're like, I came here to make some statements. I want a rebate. I am definitely going to take my second run. And still plenty of good snow left in the coulee. There was one year after the event that it was a great snow year. There was a lot of powder in the coulee. And we got to drop in after the event was over. And found some amazing powder turns in there. So
I mean, as you watch these athletes go down, I mean, they're throwing up big powder slashes and sometimes getting in that white room. So yeah, there's plenty of snow to be had in there.
But yeah, iconic Corbet'S couloir, as we were saying before, is of course the venue out here. And a little history of Corbet'S. Well, before we get to the little history of Corbet'S, I was going to give you guys a history lesson. I'm a big fan of history, but I also love geeking out on weather. I consider myself an amateur meteorologist, and let's take a look at the weather, because such a factor out here. Again, we had to cancel last year because of the weather. Being a powder hound myself, I definitely pay attention to the weather forecast. I love to geek out on different weather models, and Jackson is very exposed to multiple different flows. A lot of storms from different directions can affect the Tetons and bring just amazing, just incredible world-class powder and conditions to these mountains. So let's take a little look at the weather out here at Jackson.
It's almost surreal. Every turn is just effortless. There's no resistance. You're able to just float up and swing your skis and then sink back into it. Until you truly experience that, it's really hard to comprehend. I'm Jim Woodmency, a meteorologist here in Jackson, Wyoming. Always had an interest in the weather, but I just wanted to be an operational forecaster. I just wanted to forecast the weather, mainly for my own purposes as a climber and a skier, and just wanting to know more about the weather so I wouldn't get caught out in it. The Tetons usually get between 400 and 500 inches of snow per season. They're just in the right place for really good quality snow. Usually it's falling at colder temperatures, so it's that lower density snow, so it's that cold smoke kind of powder that everybody lives for around here. Tend to get storms tracking across the Pacific Northwest. They come across Idaho or the Great Basin of Nevada, and then cycling up over us in a southwest flow or a westerly flow or a northwesterly flow. West to northwest flow is what lines up best with the Tetons as far as their orographic lifting capabilities. You know, the air will be lifting up over the mountains and keep regenerating that, and that's when precipitation happens. The ideal snowflake is a stellar crystal. The kind of snowflake you would envision in kindergarten, cutting them out of a white piece of paper. But it's just a pure snowflake. And it starts with, there has to be dust in the air. There has to be some nuclei in the cloud to be able to get that to form. And it forms from water vapor going right to the ice form. And then when they coalesce together, that's when they fall out of the clouds. With westerly, northwesterly flow, that's when we get some of our biggest dumps. That's usually when there's a ridge of high pressure off the California coast. The moisture in the Pacific comes over the top of and then gets directed at the Tetons in that northwest flow. Every inch of snow you get is just perfect quality. Kind of just billows up and hangs in the air. With westerly, northwesterly flow, it's usually a bigger discrepancy with elevation. And sometimes we'll get a foot in 24 hours and a trace of snow in town, which for me is ideal because I don't have anything to shovel to be able to get out to the village and go ski. You just have to understand that a forecast is just guidance. It's not gospel. It's a four-dimensional thing. You've got to look at changes that are going on north to south, east and west of you. You're looking at changes that are happening in the vertical, all the way up to 30,000 feet where the jet stream lives. And then you're taking all of that and moving it through time. At times it can be a thankless job that way, but I like the challenge of trying to figure it out. There really isn't a better place to be for the consistency and the quality of the snow. And I've gone skiing in Canada, I've gone to Utah, I've skied in Colorado. And there's really no reason to go anywhere else but here.
Welcome back here to the top of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort as we're just a couple minutes from getting back underway with competition. Our next athlete to drop in is going to be Jed Sky, another rookie out here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's. DC here, joined alongside by Maggie Voisin. And Maggie, that was a really fun piece on the weather.
I loved it. You know, just a little bit of science. I mean, I love to get learnt. That doesn't make sense. I love to learn. But that was great. And learning a lot about the Tetons and how they get their snow. Like, honestly, super fascinating because this place is unlike anything else. It really is.
Yeah, very fascinating indeed. And it is some of the best snow I've ever experienced on this beautiful planet Earth that we call home. And really excited because another storm forecasted for later this week. 14th and 15th look like they could be some big days up here. And yeah, a lot of places in the West getting some snow now. So shout out to you all that are getting some POW. I know I got some friends tuning in. Breck Ski Patrol tuning in. Wanted to give them a shout out. And
Heck yeah.
they got some weather coming in down their way as well. A lot of Colorado's getting some snow. Utah's finally getting some good weather. Our friends out in New England, shout out anybody tuning in from out in New England. But Jay Peak, they've got like one of the largest bases in the U.S.
That's what we were hearing yesterday. And also Montana girl here. We're getting some snow as well. We love to hear it. We love that everyone's getting some.
Yep. So all of you tuning in from all over, I wish you, hope you've already gotten some good POW days in and wishing you a very bountiful winter. And thank you for joining us out here for the 2025 Kings and Queens of Corbet's, where we're just getting ready to get underway with competition again. You see our next athlete, Jed Sky, Jed the Shred, heading up to the start. Excited to see what Jed's got for us. I was talking to Jed the first day here, Saturday, the welcome party. Had a minute to catch up with him. New athlete for me. I was stoked. I always love seeing new athletes come in the mix and come out and make a name for themselves, as some of them have out here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's. Well, let's get a word from Jed on his first time out here in Jackson. Now,
when I was first driving up into Jackson, I was just floored by how big it is. Jackson's huge. The mountains are big, the valley's big, it all seems big, so I'm sure that Cornice is probably big. I'm stoked to be in Jackson. It's my first time, and I don't really know what I'm in for. I'm super excited to find out what it's all about.
You are welcome to sit on the cooler too. I'm gonna take
I love it. Like you said, new faces. Excited to see what he has here. Kind of a little bit of pause, a little bit of a wait, but we're back underway. Kings and Queens of Corbet's 2025.
Here we go. Jed Sky dropping in, goofy footer. Riding with that right foot forward, his natural stance. First time out here in Jackson. Loves climbing as well. It's like, Jed, you got to come back here in the summertime. Oh, and he's going to.
What has he got?
Didn't like something, unless he's planning on doing a one-footer into the coulee. Nope. And strapping that front foot as well. So Jed just taking a look at the run-in, and these athletes have all the time they want to sort things out. And looks like maybe putting some marks in the snow to kind of mark his trajectory where he wants to take off. So good, smart, calculated approach, Maggie.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, even being a rookie out here, these athletes are all so experienced. They know what they're doing. And sometimes, you know, just taking your time and getting dialed in and feeling confident, if that's what you need to do, that is the most important. It is all about the athletes out here and what they need to feel ready. Yeah, and you can see we got the crew out here raking it, making it perfect for him.
Not every day you get a rake at the top of Corbet's to help
No.
take off into the couloir. So yeah, Jed, like I said, big into climbing as well. Has not visited the Tetons before. We're just south of Grand Teton National Park, and the Tetons, amazing climbing, amazing rock in there. So many classic routes on multiple Tetons, multiple peaks out here in the park. And Jed's like, yeah, I definitely got to come back out here in the summertime. And we were talking about weather. It's finicky. I've gotten scared off one of the peaks here before.
Yeah, I mean,
by the storms can move in.
The storms can move in really quick, and there's a lot of stories of kind of situations like that. I'm trying to think of the name of the podcast where they do a lot of reporting on it. You know, just specific accidents. But I took a woofer in November, and one of our homework was about a lightning strike that happened on the Grand Teton. It was a crazy, crazy story. But like you mentioned, those weather like storms, and they just roll in, and they roll in quick. These mountains are no joke.
So getting some more, or hearing some word over there, about 45 seconds. What they're saying. Jed just checking out his takeoff before he drops in, marking his takeoff. Rookie out here for Kings and Queens.
30 seconds.
You can hear those deep breaths, getting himself ready.
Can I say that? Yep. Okay.
Jed the Shred.
You can say whatever you want, man. I mean, maybe not fully. I take that back, but.
This is going to be the biggest I've gone all year.
So you hear it right there, the biggest I've gone all year. I love the candid.
I love the commentary from the athletes. It's seriously, it just makes it a bit more personal, and you really get an idea of what's going on in their heads.
Yeah. Okay. Jed dropping in 10, 9, 8, 7. So we'll regroup right there.
Here we go. We're back.
Jed the Shred, Jed Sky. Oh, big back seven in. Trying to Wolverine onto the landing, and a good recovery there for Jed Sky, but a backside 720 for your first time ever into Corbet's, very impressive.
That's so impressive. Rookie out here. Making his way through.
Lots of love from the crowd down here at the bottom of 10 Sleep Bowl. Jed Sky, Jed the Shred. Let's see if we can hear his reaction of his first time jumping into Corbet's.
Ah! Oh my God! Holy fuck. Survived.
Survived.
Jackson Hole, that's where we are. Oh my God.
Yes, sir. You are in Jackson Hole.
It's one of the most exhilarating things I've done in my life.
One of the most exhilarating things he's done in his life, he's claiming.
I mean, the adrenaline rush that these athletes are getting has got to be unmatched.
You got that.
And it is no joke. I mean, again, we were standing up there yesterday and just standing at the drop-in. I wasn't about to drop into it. Just standing up there looking over into the couloir, and it's like you get a tingling in your stomach as
you do. You totally do.
So we'll take a look at the replay. Jed Sky, Jed the Shred, coming in with the backside 720. Clawing on and holding on to the landing there.
Making his way through this middle section.
So welcome to Corbet's, Jed Sky.
One of our many rookies. Showing they've got the skills.
6 athletes remaining to drop in. And again, athletes can elect to mob down, back down to the tram, get priority loading on the tram, and get back up here. It's about a 10-minute tram ride. 4,100 vert, Maggie.
4,100 vert. You got all the good stats over there.
It's quite the ride down. It is a leg burner, mobbing down to the bottom.
It's a big T to B.
Next up, another rookie out here. We got Anna Asimont getting ready to drop in. Originally out of Colorado, now calling Utah home. And Anna, no hesitation. Anna Asimont dropping in, first time out here.
Yeah, girl. Coming in with a lofty air, landing smooth. Working her way through. Strong skiing. With a big backflip and stomps it. Love seeing that from the ladies out here today. And then just styling it out here into the crowd. Oh, it has to be so excited. See what she has to say, the live commentary.
Welcome to Corbet's, Anna. Another rookie out here in the mix.
My heart rate. That was so sick. Oh my God. Oh yeah. You crushed it, dude. That's insane. Let's go. Okay. Back up. Yeah,
Oh, love the camaraderie. Got Britta Sigourney down there, X Games medalist, Olympic medalist, cheering on the ladies.
Ripper of half pipes, now just spends her time ripping Alta. And she's retired from competition. But let's check out the replay for Anna Asimont, originally from Littleton, Colorado, just outside of Denver, now calling Salt Lake City home and ripping up in Little Cottonwood Canyon on the regs. Love the backflip.
Love it, lofty, landing great, and then just styling it out here at the bottom for the crowd, for herself. I mean, that has to feel so good. A rookie, do a big air off of Corbet's, massive backflip. So awesome. That adrenaline rush has to feel so good.
Yes, well done, Anna.
We're making our way down this list.
We are. 5 athletes remaining to take their dropout here. Next up, Erica Vikander, back for more action after competing in this event in the past. Formerly a top freeride world tour competitor with multiple podium finishes, stepped away from the tour to focus on freeride film projects. Stoked to have her back out here in Jackson. Also with a park background. I used to call her in
That's right.
slopestyle events back in the day.
That's kind of, you know, a lot of the natural progression for these athletes, or park riders specifically too, to kind of have a competitive career and then make that transition into whether it's filming or, you know, anything, or like contests like this in freeride or freeride world tour. No, I love to see it. It's, like I said, a very natural progression for a lot of riders.
Yeah, you can attest to that, Maggie. I mean, 3-time Olympian and 7-time X Games medalists and all those accolades for slopestyle and big air, and we don't see you in the bib dropping into the parks anymore.
No, no, no.
But
you
we
know,
see you out shredding.
Had my time doing that, and yeah, like I said, you know, can speak for myself. Definitely a very natural progression, and just growing up in Montana, grew up backcountry skiing, loving it all, and knew that was the direction I wanted to go. So stoked to start that part of my career.
So Erica Vikander, getting herself collected and gathered. And let's go ahead and get a word from Erica Vikander on being back out here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort.
I was really excited to get invited back. I would like to see a lot of powder in the landing. I would like to see a lot of clean runs. I would like to see stomped landings and very tactful tricks and very tactful lines. I love the hook, but I also love a very clean landing. Every single year you see more and more insane things that people are doing and pushing the limits, and I think it's only going to go up from here.
Tactful landings. I like that term. I might have to steal that.
Very calculated approach. Years of experience under her belt, so.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can change the game sometimes. You know, you have those rookies where they have nothing to lose. They're here to send it. And sometimes when you have that experience, you know what you're comfortable with, you know what you want to land. And I like that approach too, you know, that's part of the sport. You bring your own flavor, your own taste, what feels comfortable to you. That's what it's all about.
Clouds moving in a little bit up here, a little bit of snow. But still decent light. I mean, again, we are a snowball's throw away from the start.
Yeah, we're looking over our right shoulders, trying to see if we can catch some of the action. We can see just the start gate right there.
Yeah, we get just the start and then see part of their in run, but then we are looking at a monitor here for the action in the couloir.
You can see Erica getting dialed over there over our shoulders.
Big shout out to, again, the entire production staff, everyone bringing us all the amazing camera angles, everyone behind the scenes. 40 seconds we're here.
40 seconds. Gonna get our song dialed in.
Oh,
That's
okay.
also really important for a lot of these athletes too, you know?
Listening to music. Maggie, what would be your soundtrack for dropping into Corbet'S?
Oh my gosh, that's a good question. Well, I didn't even listen to music when I competed. I was one of the odd ones out. I was like, it's a distraction in my ear. What would it be? I don't know. Maybe some rock. I don't know. I need something to really pump me up.
Yeah. All right. They're ready when you are. Dropping in 10, 9, 8, 7.
You hear that countdown?
5,
4,
3,
2. Erica Vikander, ladies and gentlemen.
Blast off.
Thank you again, everybody tuning in with us here for the 2025 Kings and Queens of Corbet'S. Our 20th athlete out of a roster of 24. And it is cold out here. You hear the squeaking of the bindings, the squeaking of the snow. Your equipment feels much more stiff in these temperatures. Goofy footer riding with that right foot forward, her natural stance. No goat path yet, because this has not been open to the public. So Erica Vikander setting the first track into what's going to be the goat path. And you get a bank turn coming off of like the beginning of that west wall, and Erica Vikander handling it beautifully.
Making her way down flawlessly through this middle section. Getting some of that powder. These are the first people / athletes in the couloir this year. Getting ready for this bottom booter. See some of those park skills come out.
Again, Erica Vikander competed in park events, and Piper Kuntz cruising up here to the announce desk. We'll see if we can get a word from Piper Kuntz.
Yeah.
But Erica Vikander, clean top to bottom.
Oh.
Let's hear what Erica's got to say.
Getting Piper in here in the booth in the mix. Where's this extra headset?
We just saw Erica Vikander drop in Piper.
It's a little flat now.
Great bird. Good work.
All right, taking a look at the replay here for Erica Vikander again. Setting the goat path, the first one to drop in on the goat path, so that'll be the track. Well, that could also just get filled in out of the big storm coming this weekend. But Erica Vikander, it is a vertical wall there off the top, so just that drop, even when you're rolling in, not trying to get any airtime, is daunting. It is a vertical drop in. We got All right, well, we are ready for our next athlete, Piper. We're going to try to get a word from her in just a minute, but we want to fire through these athletes because the weather is moving in, so we want to make sure we get our final four athletes a drop while there's still some decent visibility out here. Next up, reigning king Colby Stevenson getting ready to drop in, and an amazing decorated athlete as well. I'm sure many of you know, but if you don't, Colby, originally out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Park City, now his home. Park City, Utah. There are other Park Cities around the country. Park City, Utah.
Couple.
Yeah, we have one right where Piper is from. There's a park.
Right.
But Colby, definitely a dominant force in slopestyle and big air skiing. Became the king of Corbet'S in 2023. A silver medalist from the 2022 Winter Olympic Games. Also a multiple X Games medalist, including most recently a gold in street style. Let's get a word from Colby on his bag of tricks because he's got a deep one. There's a lot of things that he can throw into this couloir.
I mean, dream tricks in Corbet'S, the list goes on. Yeah, I've got like butter tricks and bounce tricks and just all these ideas that are kind of a pipe dream. Honestly, just got to get up there tomorrow and like see what we can work with, and I might build like a couple different lips just for different options and see, we get 2 runs. So if I can land a clean one, I'm stoked. But, you get that second run, you're going to go for it.
Colby Stevenson definitely one to go for it. 4-time X Games medalist. His rookie year, he was the first rookie in free ski to get gold in 2 disciplines.
Yep.
It was in slopestyle and knuckle huck his rookie.
I believe so. I mean, Colby, an absolute force, like we've mentioned. I mean, I think he's one of the best all-around skiers that is. It's obviously still competing, filming park segments, doing his jumps in the backcountry, but also skiing really impressive Alaskan lines. Colby is one unbelievable skier, and it's really cool to see him with this whole mix and heavy stack season that he always has, that he comes out and makes this event a priority.
And Colby doesn't take days off.
No.
I'm
pretty sure he was filming yesterday, building a backcountry booter. I mean, no days off for this guy. He's action 24/7.
Brought his snowmobile out here. Was out in the backcountry. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Yo, I need a GoPro battery.
Oh, GoPro battery.
GoPro battery.
It's cold out here. They're probably freezing.
Again, 2 degrees Fahrenheit was the forecasted high up here. -20 wind chill, the forecasted wind chill up here. The wind hasn't been too bad. We felt a couple gusts, but still.
Never mind, brother. It's on.
Oh, never mind. Is this thing on? Yes, it is.
The classic GoPro.
Okay, I just started the vid. We're good. We got 86. I'm really sorry. You're fine.
Take your time. Once again, I love it. Like, prioritize the athletes and prioritize these athletes, make sure they're dialed in, they have everything ready to go. And yeah, shout out to GoPro, one of the sponsors, hey? Gotta make sure you get those POV clips, point of view. We wanna know what it feels like to do a gnarly trick into Corbet's.
Another thing about Colby, just a big fan of action sports. All the years of work in Rampage, he's come down to the desert in southern Utah to help Sherpa bikes for the athletes to the top of the venue down there just outside of Virgin, Utah.
Yeah, he's all about it. Loves to be a part of the action, in the action, or, just like you mentioned, just like the camaraderie, helping out all these other athletes. And it's what it's all about out here. See if we can see him. This all cream kit, he might blend in with the snow. The snow camo.
Yeah, Colby, don't you know for filming you want something that's going to pop more, buddy?
You would think you would.
Okay, I'll go down a little bit.
Looking good, though, brother. All right, here we go. Colby Stevenson, your reigning king from 2023. Your 21st athlete out of 24 to drop in.
What's he have in store here? Oh, doing one of his little kind of variations there. The 180N, continuing rotation. So sick. Like you said, his dream list of tricks goes on and on and on, and I love that every year we've kind of seen different spins, different rotations from Colby, so that being super new for Corbet's for him. He's all about doing all these fun, unique tricks when he's filming or out in the backcountry and in the park. And showing us his park steez there at the bottom. Yeah, Colby.
Your 2023 King of Corbet's. Let's see if we can get some candid reaction from Colby down there at the bottom.
So close.
So close.
All right. Get me up there.
Oh,
yes.
He's ready for more. I love when you hear that.
Are we doing tram laps? Is that how we get up?
Yeah, Colby, there's no snowmobile down there to get to.
It's not X Games, bud.
I mean, I guess you could rip down to sublet. Shout out Jackson Hole with all high-speed lifts now. Sublet, the last lift to get replaced with a high-speed quad. It's so cool being able to power lap on that. But that's the closest lift that gets you to the top. Otherwise, the tram is what you got to take, Colby.
What you got to get on. I mean, you might get a little warm-up in the tram, Colby. Get out of the elements for a second. I love the tram ride. Kind of get sausaged in there, everyone. But, if you get a window, you get some really epic and iconic views of the entire resort and the valley.
You can take tram rides in the summertime. I did that a couple summers ago up here just to come check it out. Been up here so many times in the winter. Was up here visiting in the summer. By the way, the bike park, anybody out there that mountain bikes, the bike park here, shout out to Ranyan Darge as well, and the whole crew that they build an amazing bike park. It's been constantly evolving. So amazing biking, but take the tram up in the summer. Get yourself a nice refreshing beverage from Corbet's cabin at the top. And here's Colby, the replay.
So the 180 in to switch 540 Japan. I mean, that was so cool. Like I mentioned, that's kind of Colby's like signature thing. I think he's really brought in some really fun variations into the backcountry. He does stuff like this in the park all the time. So love to see him mixing it up, getting super creative out here. And then also showing us his park steez at this bottom booter for the crowd, for the fans, for everyone out here facing the elements, the cold, and cheering on these athletes.
So the reigning king of Corbett wants to clean up his run and says, get me back up there. So Colby Stevenson, I love hearing that. He's like, I want to do it some more. The kid just loves skiing, Maggie. You know him really well. You can attest to that. It's really exciting to have him out here in the mix. Yet again, heavy contest schedule on the cusp of an Olympic year where he's looking to represent the U.S. again. Next year, Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympic Games. Colby with a heavy contest schedule coming off of X Games and World Cup in Aspen as well. And
yeah, podium, a World
here.
Cup podium.
Yep.
I mean, I think for Colby too and some of these athletes, it's the all-around skiing that they really feel like benefits their contests or the competitive side of things. You know, it really keeps things fun and refreshing. And once again, the fact that he comes out the past few years and has made Kings and Queens of Corbet's an annual event for himself is really cool to see, and just shows, you know, the stoke from all these different athletes around the globe.
So next up, athlete number 22 of our 24 athlete roster. This is Ben Poachman. Ben Poachman grew up in southern Ontario, Canada, where he developed his passion for snowboarding by creating his own terrain parks and cow pastures. How awesome is that?
Whoa, you're no way.
He's used hay bales, plywood ramps, and farm equipment to mimic the features you saw in videos. After high school, he moved to Whistler.
Wow.
Determined to immerse himself in the snowboarding scene there. That is always flourishing. He took on summer landscaping jobs and lived in unconventional spaces like closets, saunas, and cars to maximize his time on the slopes. And his dedication to the sport fueled his journey, allowing him to chase his dream of riding in one of the world's most renowned snowboarding competitions.
I mean, that's what it's all about. But I gotta ask him, did he say living in saunas? Did you say
You know, if the sauna's not turned on, it's
Yeah.
not a bad living space.
I'm like, I might have to question him about that one, but that's super interesting. And waving to some of the athletes. They're getting ready for their second runs, some of these riders who dropped early on, but we still have, like we mentioned, still got some athletes to go.
Shout out to the Gentry boys in the house. Wyatt and his brother Luke out here documenting. Wyatt Gentry up in the mix. Wyatt, you gonna go for another one? Nice.
Oh, love to hear it.
We're
Wyatt
just-
telling us he's going for number 2.
We're just getting, unfortunately, we don't have another headset we can throw on you right here, Wyatt, but we can say what's up. How was your first drop into Corbet's for the competition? Obviously, how old were you the first time you dropped into Corbet's, Wyatt? You were 7 the first time you dropped into Corbet's. You boss. And you took goat path in? Here we go. Wyatt, we're on camera. Oh, there is a extra
we have a headset? Let me
over.
get
and
down
Piper up here in the mix, too. Well, Piper, we are looking at 3 athletes remaining to take their first drop. We got Piper Kunst in the house, your queen from 2022 here, Queen of Corbet's.
You wanna take my headset?
So Ben Poachman getting ready to drop. Then we got Jack Wiley and then Irie Jefferson, another rookie out here in the mix, will be the final one to drop, our 24th athlete. So Ben at the start gate. So we might have to cut to that here real quick. I'm trying to even look at the monitor. You guys can probably see me. Hello, viewing audience. Probably see me trying to look through the snow that's beginning to pick up here. There's Ben getting warmed up. I could do some of those hip openers myself. Wyatt, how is it being up there in the start? Well, again, Ben Poachman just doing some stretching up here, getting himself ready and warmed up.
I also really love hearing the fact that you said, you know, grew up, you know, with hay bales, making park jumps, rails, and all that. I mean, it just goes to show that, you know, even if you don't have a resort or a mountain, you can make it happen. And I love hearing athletes' stories like that and how they came up and, you know, how their careers came to be. It's really, really fantastic because we want to make skiing and snowboarding accessible to so many people. And sometimes you just got to get creative on how you're going to get out there and ride.
So Piper Kuntz getting the headset on. We're going to catch up with you real quick while Ben's strapping in. If he goes to drop in, going to just steal the call back from you real quick, Piper. But Piper, first drop, the backflip.
Oh, man. Now I know what I need to do.
That's what I heard you saying at the bottom. You were like, I know what I need now.
Yeah.
What is that? What is your strategy going in?
Hopefully this time I don't have as much adrenaline, because that juices you up pretty good, and next thing you know, you're hot tubbing from 45 feet. But I think I just have to really be patient and kind of knock out those nerves a bit this time.
Yeah.
And I got that feeling now, so I'm pumped to hopefully land it.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe in you. You've done so many
thanks,
backflips
Maggie.
in your day. Like, come on. But still, nonetheless, is that your first backflip into the
Yeah,
couloir?
I'd
That's
never
what.
done
Okay, I kind of mentioned. I was like, I don't know if
Not
I'm
kind of,
right.
you did. You
I did
very
mention
well,
you're
man.
right, but I was like, I think it's the first time she's ever done the backflip in there. But so excited to see you pushing that progression and going for it, because that's what it's about. I know you want to land, but
Also, I'm
you
just
know.
stoked to have done that.
Yeah.
It's just like a cool thing to.
You could claim
To-
backflip
yeah.
into Corbet's couloir. I mean,
Hot tub backflip.
Hey, it's a
That counts.
backflip.
Yeah.
All right, I got to hijack your conversation real quick, ladies. Here we go. Ben Poachman, as I'm staring at the monitor, we all are through the snow that's intensifying. Ben Poachman from Canada dropping in, a rookie here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's. Big backflip in, landing right next to the west wall, looking like a full stomp. Again, now we've got the snowfall filter. We look at our monitor.
It's a little hard to see, but hey, we're doing our best out here, watching these athletes.
How do you see anything?
We've had that in years past when been posted up at the bottom of the couloir, calling it from down there, and you're looking through like a little snow and cloud filter.
Coming into the booter at the bottom. Bringing it in, getting the crowd stoked.
So Ben Poachman with the backflip in. Let's see if we can get some candid words from Ben, his reaction.
My goggles. Good work, good work. Uh-oh. Somewhere up there.
Oh, did he lose his
I've been waiting
goggles?
for some sunshine. Oh. Yeah, not ideal.
What a G.
Couldn't see.
Oh no, he lost his goggles. I wonder when he lost them. He couldn't see that.
Okay.
That's tough. I mean,
They've got your
the full whiteout,
Okay, cool.
snow in your eyes.
Yeah, and it's pow in there.
We're gonna try to get them to you. Sounds good. Nice job. Thank you.
That's pretty impressive.
really fun.
Finishing blind, I would say.
Should I hang here for a minute, or? Yeah, I think they're gonna bring them down to you, so you can go into there. You can go into this little section.
Sounds like Ninja is going to retrieve one of the ninjas hiding out in the legendary Kuntz Cave. Going to retrieve Ben Poachman's goggles. Big shout out to Ben. First time competing in this event. Again, we got Piper Kuntz, Queen from 2022 here, hanging out with the headset on. Also, we got our man Wyatt Gentry, local ripper, out here in the mix. Wyatt, you're going to take another, you said? Taking a look at the replay here for Ben. Big backflip in, landing nice and close to that west wall. The steepest landing out here in the mix. Wyatt, if you guys can hear him over my microphone, best landing, the one you always want to shoot for.
Steepest, I think, you know, probably probably still pretty decent snow in there. Hey, Wyatt.
I should have waited, but she's like ready to go, and I was like, okay.
Okay.
But I wasn't even.
Okay, so Wyatt's saying that the middle of the couloir is pretty firm, but the edges is where the soft snow is. So that's some good beta from the athletes.
Piper, what did you find with conditions in there?
Super soft. I mean, when you land literally back first, you hope it's pow, and luckily I got pow. And then it was just a nice, I got face shots, which is all you can really ask for, I think, sometimes.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys are some of the first people in the couloir this year.
Yeah, that didn't really click until yesterday when Tim said that he was opening it up for the season. I was like, damn, I'm kind of jealous.
Maybe I want to be the first to drop.
It's like, I'll trade.
One or four, he might have traded.
Probably. Nah.
Once again, welcome everybody. We got Piper Kuntz, Queen from 2022 in the house, and Wyatt Gentry, young blood, local boy, holding it down. First time ever dropping into the couloir was when he was 7. And gosh. Yeah, we don't have a headset for Wyatt, so he's hanging out. We're going to see if we can get some more words from Wyatt, but you say you're going to go in again. And what's your plan? In case they can't hear you over my microphone, I can always relay. So. Well, he said he just wants to go and see what's soft and get a rebate on his first trick. And remind us, what did you do again? Cork 7 in, yes. We've seen so many runs since then. You were the second one to drop. And Piper, we've got Jack Wiley, our 23rd out of 24 athletes, getting ready to hike up. And
Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Homie.
Coming out of Salt Lake, spent a lot of time here. Local ripper Jeff Maron, who has been on the call with me at this event in the past as well, helped propel Jack Wiley's career and got him his first sponsors. And Jack Wiley, again, competing here in for his second time out here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's. Let's get a word from Jack Wiley and what tickles his fancy.
It's pretty surreal getting an invite after living here for some time. I mean, you stare at it for how many runs a year, and you never really think that you're going to be a part of that. I mean, the contest started after I left, and then I always thought that there was a possibility, but once you actually get the call, it's kind of a whole different emotion. I hope to see someone put a hand down somewhere. I'm a sucker for hand plants and hand drags, so if you want a cheat code to my vote, maybe think about some of that. It's crazy to see some of the stuff that's gone down in previous years, and every single year, you know, you're mind blown by something new that people come up with.
I mean, do you think we're going to see a hand plant from him? I feel like that's a dead giveaway, right? Piper, you know him.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he dropped in with one of his bindings undone. Not because he'd forget, but just because kind of up his alley.
Something different, something unique. I love to hear that.
I mean, 2 years ago when he did it, he hit the bottom. He had stopped, unbuckled his binding, and hit the bottom jump with 1 foot out.
That's right.
It was crazy after the athletes meeting yesterday afternoon at 3:45 when you all found out that we were green lighted for today. And I was standing there next to Jack talking with him, and he just had to like step away from a conversation amongst a few athletes because he was like, I can't get too much in my head. I can't think about this too much. Like everybody was kind of speculating, going over what the conditions might be like.
Yeah. And
he just was like, I don't want to think about it too much. And it was wild seeing just that human side of him. I mean, he's an elite athlete, but this is a real deal, and it can be a little nerve-wracking.
Absolutely, and a lot of different strategies from athletes. Like some people really like to talk about it, and others too. It's like, hey, like I'm going to take a little bit more of like a mindful approach and kind of stick on my plan and my path. I don't like to get too overwhelmed in the chitter chatter, and I understand that, you know, being a competitor myself in the past, like I very much had to focus on me. So yeah, a lot of respect, but it is cool to hear all the different sides and perspectives from every athlete.
All right, Jack Wiley, 23rd out of 24 athletes, second to last to drop. Irie Jefferson will be our last athlete. Regular footer, riding with that left foot forward, his El Natural stance. Wyatt, you might, since you're not tethered to the desk here by a headset, I don't know if you want to try to get up closer to the monitor and you can relay, because we are looking through a filter of snowflakes right now as the snow is intensifying up here.
Yeah, love being a part of the elements. We can see, I think he's dropped in.
Here he comes, Jack Wiley. Come on, buddy. What do you got for us? Yeah. Backflip in with the stomp.
Let's go.
Yes.
He's stoked right now.
Shout out local boy and ripper Wyatt Gentry, who's, you guys can't see this right now, but he's taking a knee right in front of our monitor that's about,
it takes a village.
10 feet in front of us, so we're looking at it through a snow filter. Nice back 7 off the crowd pleaser at the bottom. Jack Wiley, looked like a clean run top to bottom.
Yeah, Wyatt, did that look pretty clean through? All right, love it. The clean T to B. I mean, that is hard to do here in Corbet's.
Let's see if we can get some reaction, some candid reaction from Jack Wiley down there. Talking about hiding the butt check with a cloud of snow. Yeah, we didn't see a butt check.
No, I didn't see one.
Yeah, Jack.
Let's go.
Sure, Jeff Moran's tuning in. Very proud of a rider that he helped. Again, strong ties to the local community. Nice, getting some sugar down there at the bottom. There you go, Jack.
We always gotta have the partners down there. I think she offered him a peanut butter and jelly too. I think I heard that earlier on.
Shout out to Jack. He still came out last year. We were all the athletes and those of us working the event were given the option to still come out and enjoy our time out here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort last year. Even though the event was canceled, Jack did come and enjoy it. Here's the replay for Jack Wiley. Backflip in. Backside 720 off the crowd pleaser at the bottom. Down into the corral for getting a kiss from his girlfriend.
Peanut butter jelly.
Speaking of relationships out here, Piper, your boyfriend Tristan.
Oh yeah. I'm
Proud of him?
Super. I didn't actually see what he did till I watched a good old iPhone clip.
Yeah, that was impressive. What was he
crazy.
calling it? Because
he said he wanted to just do a hand drag 3.
okay, that's what it looks like, and then I think was going bid and brought it to 7.
Yeah, like he said I'm just spilling here. He said he was upside down halfway through and was like, I'm going to land on my back in the middle of Corbet's couloir. And I don't know, the air awareness
That's
on
some
that kid.
cat-like
Seriously,
skills.
he pulled that together so well. I'm stoked for him.
Good. I was hyped to see it too, and I loved the surprise of the extra rotation. I mean, you guys are all professionals out here. The fact that you're able mid-air to be like, I'm going big, I'm doing another rotation,
right, like
just to get to my feet. I mean, it's incredible.
All right, well, welcome everybody. Thanks again for tuning in. We are here at the top of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, Rendezvous Peak, just about 100 feet above Corbet's couloir. We got Piper Kunst here on headset. Wyatt Gentry as well. Wish we had another headset for him, but we're relaying some of the information from him, and maybe we'll
maybe we
get a
can
headset
trade.
on you.
I'm getting cold
Piper,
up here.
she's in her skis right now, so she is ready to
Yeah,
ski
she's
right down.
ready to go. We've got her helmet under here. She's got her sweet protection, pink dome.
Hot pink.
Hey, can't miss you out
No.
there.
I've gotten more compliments than I think I would, so.
I love the pink. I love
Candy
the
pink.
flashy.
Couple centimeters of snow collecting on my paperwork and notes out here.
Yeah,
It's,
it's accumulating.
It's a nice day out here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. So next up, Irie Jefferson, a rookie out here. Very awesome background this individual has. He grew up globally, grew up in Jamaica and Samoa and Armenia, in the United States with an eclectic cultural background. You can definitely expect a diverse and adaptive style on a snowboard. Coming on the scene recently, he's proven to be worth a watch and a hang, and we're going to get a word from Irie Jefferson and his perspective, his take on big mountain riding. I promise you in just a moment, we got a word from Irie Jefferson.
You can just look at us again for a moment.
In the last 8 years of Kings and Queens of Corbet's, I would say that the event has helped progress like big mountain riding as a whole. This year, I really hope to see everybody being super stoked and hopefully some bangers, obviously. But yeah, I'll take it if everybody's hyped. Honestly, main goal is to minimize the amount of tomahawks and maximize the amount of stoke.
I love it. That's the way to go, hey? I mean, from an athlete, right? Like
you don't want to see anyone tomahawk.
No. No, less tomahawks, more stoke. I love that.
He really brings it too. What I've noticed in chatting with him.
Yeah, did you get a chance to catch up with Irie?
Oh, yeah.
Again, first time competing out here. I've caught him in a rail jam in downtown Denver before, but the kid, he likes riding all sorts of terrain, so it's really nice to be able to call him in an event like this. But did you get a chance to catch up with him, Piper?
Yeah, he was teaching me how to boogie on the tram.
Oh, nice.
Showing me
that is a
new.
stoke.
Yeah, it was sweet. I really took my mind off of it, for sure. And then just got to hang out with a new face, new friend.
We've been talking about that a lot recently, just how this event is so cool. It brings people from so many different backgrounds together, and you get to ride with a lot of friends, but also meet a lot of awesome people from a lot of diverse places in skiing and snowboarding.
Exactly.
So, and too, you know, like, you're all such talented riders, but when you have someone who brings that extra stoke and extra love, I mean, look at this right now.
Yes.
Feeling it, bringing that energy. I just love seeing that personality come out and that stoke and bringing it to everybody. That's what it's about.
First time here, drew the last drop. Here we go, Irie Jefferson dropping in. Oh, my goodness.
Going massive.
And you hear the roar of the crowd cheering him on. Again, looking through the snow filter, the snowflake filter on the monitor.
I mean, it's super flat light out here now, DC, hey? So really hard to kind of decipher the landing and the sky. So it looks like, you know, he might have just gone a little bit bigger than he anticipated or set his trick a little harder, but happy to see him on his feet. Making his way down. Yeah, that's what we want to see.
Yeah.
Crowd loving in the air at the bottom.
They don't call it the crowd pleaser for nothing, Maggie.
You're right on. I mean, listen to that roar.
All right, let's see if we can hear some reaction from Irie Jefferson.
Everything.
You say I lost everything.
Well done.
Take a look at the replay here for Irie. Irie, regular footer, so dropped in switch. Almost looking like he was going, again, I'm looking through a very snowflake filter at the monitor a few feet in front of me, but it almost looked like switchback rodeo attempt.
Definitely. I know. I thought maybe going for two, but then obviously opening up, like going
It's
a
really
bit
easy
bigger.
to do.
Yeah. I mean, it's such, we were saying, like, if you boost off of it, it could be 30, 40-foot drop, right?
Yeah, Piper, what are you speculating? How big was that backflip? How much air do you think you caught there?
Oh, man, hard saying. I'm going to go with 40.
40?
On
Okay.
like a give or take. But, yeah, you don't know how quick you're coming in and how far you're dropping until
you're in the
until
air.
you're, in the air. And there's not really much saying after that.
Wyatt Gentry, how big do you think your 7 was? How much air do you think you got? About 40? Yeah, not much of a difference between Wyatt saying not much of a difference in speed from just going 30 feet to when that landing fades away from you. Next thing you know, you're going 50 feet. All right, well, there you have it. All 24 athletes have taken their drop. Now we'll see who's going to be dropping first. Sounds like it's Lalo, the Frenchman out here in the mix. Lalo Arambo.
Yeah, go check in. We got these athletes up here.
Mammut athlete. Mammut, one of our proud partners out here for Jackson Hole Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
you
thanks
two.
for having
Yeah,
me.
Piper, have you determined what order you're going to drop? You had the 4th drop at the
Yeah.
beginning of the event.
I'm gonna go. I'd rather drop sooner than later, but if somebody who dropped later than me wants it, then morally, I will give it to them.
That kind of sounds like the name of the game out here, which is really respectful of all you athletes, you know, letting those athletes that dropped later in the line kind of get first picks on their second run. So
Yeah,
that's
I'm
super.
gonna chill. The only reason is my toes are cold. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, it's character building up here in these elements, but otherwise doing good. I got a couple puffies on and some hand warmers.
Woo!
2 sets of toe warmers in. Doing all right. Surviving.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I will see you guys on the other side.
Piper Kuntz, ladies and gentlemen. Piper, thanks for joining us.
Hugs and kisses.
Yes, much love and respect, and excited to see you dropping in again. Your 2022 Queen of Corbet's, Piper Kuntz. Wyatt, are you going to head down there, or did you want to hop on headset real quick and say what's up? Wyatt Gentry got his brother Luke out here documenting as well. Born just on the other side of the Tetons over in Victor, Idaho, raised here in Jackson Hole. Piper, we'll see you. Have fun. Looking forward to watching you rock and roll. So, born over in Victor, right?
Yeah.
Raised here in Jackson?
Yeah, I went to preschool at the village in
That's
the bottom.
rad. I love it.
There's a preschool at the village.
Yeah, I went skiing
Okay.
every day because I wouldn't nap.
We got to make this kid tired somehow. Let's
Exactly.
get him out on the slopes. That's awesome.
I still have those problems. I have to. I am thoroughly addicted to snowboarding, and sometimes I have to go out on the mountain just to be able to get some rest. I can't sit still, so I feel your pain. Your mom works down in the accounting department.
Yeah, she's worked here for like 24 years now, so it's been amazing to be able to go skiing whenever I can.
Shout out to Lisa. She hooked me up with my lift ticket within like the first 30 minutes of arriving to town. So big shout out to your mom. And what are you trying to say, Luke?
Oh, well, he's trying to shout out to my dad and the grooming team here. They're the best in the world.
Your dad works on the mountain as well?
He is a groomer.
No
yeah.
way. Oh, shout out to all the cat drivers. I got a lot of friends that drive cats, and big shout out to all the cat drivers. Does your dad ever give you cat rides, like on full?
I've gone a couple times this year. It's awesome. Yeah, they've been working really hard out here trying to get that bottom area set up. They've been saying that it's been tough with how much snow we've been getting, but
I believe it. Yeah. You guys
What's? Sorry, Maggie.
No. You're good. Go, DC.
What I was just gonna ask, what's your dad's name?
Scott Gentry.
All right, Scott. Shout out to Scott. Is he tuning in today?
Oh, he's at the bottom.
Okay.
He doesn't have to work till 4.
All right, Lalo Rambeau getting ready to drop in. The Frenchie coming out of La Clusaz. Did you get a chance to meet Lalo, Wyatt?
I've been pretty good friends with Lalo for the past 2 years.
Oh, sick.
Yeah,
Tell us
he
about
lives.
Lalo, because I just met him a few nights ago.
So yeah, Lalo's from La Clusaz, and he's been living at one of our really good friend Tucker's house, and we go skiing almost every day together out in the backcountry. This year's been his first real time filming really hard out here. He worked on his film called Triangle out here and filmed some of that, and now him and Tucker are working on their second film now.
Oh, love it.
Yeah.
Thanks for the inside scoop there.
Yeah.
That's what we love.
Yeah, he's been working on his tricks this last couple weeks. We were out in Four Pines building some jumps and practicing, and he's pretty stoked to send it in. When he got to the bottom, he was like, I need to go back up and do it right now. That's why he's first to go right now.
He was ready. He's like, please let me drop first. I mean, I get it. You get that adrenaline rush. You get your first run down. I mean, naturally, of course, you want to go right back up to the top and do it again. So, I mean, so much credit to you athletes who, have your drops or were later in the line. And, the waiting game, it really plays, into that mental factor and physical factor, of course, too, because you guys are getting cold and all that. So.
Absolutely.
All right, what other fun facts do you have about Lalo for us as we're awaiting his drop here? I'm trying to remember, what did he throw on his first drop?
He did a double backflip.
Yeah, double backy.
Came a little unstuck in the landing, but I think he's got it here. He's really stoked.
Did he say he was going to go for the double backy again?
I think he's going for it. He really wants to land that. He's the kind of guy that if he doesn't land it first try, you'll see him do it 5 or 6 times until he lands it, no matter what.
I love it. The dedication, the
Yeah.
commitment.
Looks like he's getting ready right now.
Yeah, getting it, dialing it in. Yeah, the weather is definitely changing things from run 1, but these athletes are the best of the best, and like you said, when you've got a dedicated athlete like him, I mean, you're ready. You're ready to put it down.
Eric Seymour, can you try to reach Jason and find out if we're ready to send?
So just waiting for word to see if everything is clear. All cameras are set. Yeah, you were saying you guys were out filming in the backcountry just south of the ski area the other day. When you dropped, I was telling the story of how Ryan Cruz and myself, we rolled up right when you guys were cruising down to your zone to film, and Ryan Cruz was like, that is the next, I didn't realize it was you, and he's just like, that's the next generation of like local shredders and that are doing good things and documenting out, doing some filming, and was hyped to hear that was you in the mix, Wyatt Gentry.
Yeah, we just try to do our best out here, try and stay safe. It was a little sketchy the other day with those avalanche conditions, but I think it's going to be a little better coming up here soon with this snow.
Yeah, it was a little reactive after that Pineapple Express brought in the warmer temps and warmer snow, created definitely a funky layer that the storm slab was moving on pretty easily, as we noticed firsthand.
All right.
But here's Lalo Rambeau, the Frenchman, dropping in.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, just a little test run.
That's fair.
I mean, the visibility up here, we're looking right down at the entrance to Corbet'S, or you can almost see the entrance from where we are. And I can see Lalo sidestepping up with the naked eye right now. It's socking in a little bit up here, Wyatt.
Yeah, I know the feeling going into that jump. If you're just looking at the sky and it's the same as the jump, you're not going to want to just send her in. And that's definitely what I'll be looking for. And I think you're going to see a lot more of the athletes now taking a speed check or two just before they send it in.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we're lucky enough. We kind of knew that this weather was going to roll in, and we're really hoping to get all the athletes through run one with a bit clear weather, which we were able to do. But yeah, this predicted little weather pattern has definitely moved in. I tried to shout you out on your first run because we got to do with TGR that avalanche training wilderness first aid course together this year, and we had to do find 4 beacons in under 8 minutes, and you did it in what, like a minute and 30 seconds?
I think it was 2:30.
Okay, 2:30, but still you were the fastest time out of the entire group of athletes and crew that were there on that trip, so I had to give you a little shout out because you were in my group, and it was very, very remarkably impressive.
It was a fun time.
So, like you mentioned, like out here skiing, charging hard, but you know, you take your training and avalanche training and all that very, very seriously and know what you're doing.
Yeah, there's a lot of behind the scenes that people don't realize how much training and practice we go through before getting out here and just hucking into Corbet'S.
Yeah, it's not all about skiing the line, and there's a lot of days too where you have to back off. It's not the right day, the conditions aren't right, you're not feeling right. I mean, there really are, like you mentioned, so many behind the scene things that go in here, but I think we're gonna get a drop.
All right, Lalo Rambeau from La Clusaz, been spending time out here.
Here he goes.
Looks
like he backslapped, but he's riding out right now. Yeah.
Like we mentioned, we've got the snow-covered monitor, doing our best out here to call tricks, but it did. It looks like he got it, you know?
Yeah.
Like a little bit of a backslap.
Getting a 360 there on that cliff at the bottom.
And coming into this final booter.
He's been working on that cork 7 all week, getting it so
That is great. Have you guys been out in the park working on tricks? Or
we were in the park, but really working on that bottom jump.
Okay, on the bottom jump. Yeah, that's right. These athletes had time to train, listen to the commentary. That had to feel good.
Bravo, Lalo. Let's hear if we can get some of the
Nice work, dude.
words from Lalo down there.
Saving a beauty.
That's my dad in the background saying the saving of beauty. He's psyched right now. I think everyone is.
Yeah, Lalo. Is that your pops he's hugging it out with there?
That's his girlfriend.
Oh, sorry. Again.
We can't see much out
No.
here. We're doing our best.
Tough look.
We're out in the elements.
Don't tell don't tell his girlfriend that I confused her with your dad.
Your dad might find that funny.
Yeah.
I'm fucking happy, that's it.
Oh.
Yeah, using some French words there to express how happy he is.
Can't blame a guy, you know?
Right on, Lalo. Très bon. Bravo.
That is
Bravo.
good. Yeah, buddy.
Heck yeah.
Do you know when you're dropping? Did we ask you that?
I need to go find out, so.
Yeah, don't let us hold you up. I mean, we love having you here and appreciate the insight, but if you need to cruise, by all
Focus
means.
on you.
But look at that. Yeah, he had a beautiful run there. Awesome. Well, I'm going to go.
All right.
Go ski in the couloir again.
Right on. Wyatt
Oh,
Gentry,
can't
local
wait to watch
boy.
you, buddy.
Hometown hero. Tear it up out there. Appreciate you, Wyatt.
Yeah, thanks for
Doing it for the crowd out here at Jackson. Shout out to his brother Luke as well, documenting. Is your mom at the bottom, Wyatt?
Is mom out here? Is your mom cheering
Is
on at the
Lisa
bottom?
hanging out down at the bottom as well? So it's a family affair for the Gentrys. Yeah, she told me the other day she was a little nervous about you, but
Yeah.
young
Wyatt
man
letting
can
us know that mom was a little scared that watching him drop in, but rightfully so. These moms.
Mom's just being a mom.
Yep.
Have fun, Wyatt.
Yeah, buddy.
Tear it up. Later, Luke. Get the shot. All right, next athlete to drop in.
Is that Alex Hackle up there? Oh,
I
ABM.
forgot where it was Alex. We're like, well, we have two Alexes here in the contest, and we're getting the French-Canadian version. Alex Boyot Marchand, like kind of like a left misty 7 there.
Yeah. Yep, and not quite able to put the landing gear down. I mean, like we mentioned, there's been so many athletes that have now dropped in. So that landing has definitely got some bomb holes. But making his way through this middle section.
2018 slopestyle bronze medalist from the Winter Olympic Games in Pyeongchang.
And the crowd goes wild for the last jump.
Awesome having ABM out in the mix. Alex Boyot Marchand.
Right, his first year, rookie. Kings and Queens rookie.
Let's see what ABM's got to say about attempt 2 of 2. Attempts definitely dropping up here, Maggie, as the gusts are picking up a little bit. And
Yeah, my fingers and toes are definitely feeling it, but I mean, nonetheless, we're just out here standing around. I mean, these athletes they're physically, mentally pushing the line, pushing the limits.
if anyone is tuned in, if you're planning a trip out here to Jackson this week and haven't seen the forecast, another big storm coming in.
Yeah, you're stoked if you're arriving.
Friday, Saturday forecast be the bullseye. Here's the replay, Maggie. Take us through it.
Yeah, that misty kind of 7 with the tail grab. Once again, that landing getting probably a little beat up, so not quite putting the landing gear down, but love to see him going for a second run, giving it another go. Styling through the middle section and showing us what he's got on the last jump. Showing us
crowd down.
Hey, they're not cold. They're feeling good. Happy to be here.
Got DJ down in the mix. I meant to catch who
Yeah,
the
you're a
DJ
DJ
was.
yourself, right?
It's a hobby of mine from high school that I still dabble in when I'm not commentating for events, but Elliot was the DJ here in years past. Trying to see if I can see who that is. Shout out Elliot if you're not DJing and tuning in. But a party down here in the mix, very festive environment, 10 Sleep Bowl. Bottom of the venue. So we are on the second of 2 runs out here. We've seen a couple athletes go on their second of 2.
Snow's picking up a little bit.
It is completely up to the athletes if they elect to take their second of 2 runs.
Yeah, you feel like we're definitely going to see a lot of those athletes who didn't quite put the landing gear down on their first run and really want to come out and showcase their best skiing. And I love that they do 2 runs. They give them the opportunity to come back up and showcase what they've got. You know, you don't always see that at free ride events. Sometimes it's just one run, but I love that out here they give these athletes the option to do it again. Look at this aerial view, looking up at that massive couloir.
Also, if you're planning a trip to Jackson and haven't been here this season, sublet chair has been replaced with a high-speed quad with a nice high backseat too. That's good for your posture. I like it.
It is, yeah. It really puts you upright.
It does, but yeah, high-speed lifts around the mountain now, all high-speed quads. And the gondolas, and of course, the iconic tram. Shere Moss dropping in, hailing out of the Netherlands, now calling Idaho home. Goofy footer. She wanted the 720 into the couloir, but the conditions, the visibility not there for chucking the 7 in, so she's just opting to take the goat path in. Navigating that very nicely as Erica Vikander set the goat path for the 2025 season. Again, Corbet'S has not been open to the public at all this season.
Looks like that flat light kind of playing a part there. It looks like she was maybe looking to do an air, but kind of saw that, didn't see that wall coming, but still styling her way down the middle section of this couloir. Bringing it into the final booter, the crowd pleaser. Hear that crowd. They're riled up. They're stoked.
3-time Olympian, X Games Big Air gold medalist from the Netherlands, now calling Idaho home, Shere Moss, with 2 runs in the books here at the 2025 edition, 7th year of the Kings and Queens of Corbet'S.
Yeah, way to get back up there, give it another go.
Another day in paradise.
Another day in paradise.
You said it. Jackson Hole Mountain Resort
No,
is
not
a
really.
little slice ahead.
No, it's more white somehow. Yeah, oh well. Thank you guys.
Nice job.
We'll see who our next athlete is to drop here as we're in the second runs, if you happen to be just joining us. Thank you all for tuning in. Big shout out to all our partners out here with the King and Queens of Corbet'S. As my face is starting to freeze out here.
Yeah, we're getting a little chilly. But yeah, our sponsors, name those off. What do we got? We got Monster Energy, huge shout out. Yeti, GoPro. We got Smart Wool, Coca-Cola, Kiehl's, Turtle Box, Gore-Tex, Sweet Protection, Nature Valley, GoPro, and Mammut.
Kiehl's official skin product out here for
Yeah.
Kings and Queens of Corbet'S 2025. Use a little moisturizer.
Yeah, after out in the elements all day, out in this cold weather.
Shere catching up with her wife down there in the mix. Again, they road tripped in from Idaho. Spending lots of time on snowmobiles out there, just sled necking around in deep POW.
I'll say, do you have a snowmobile, DC? Have you've been out there?
I have an old Skidoo that
That counts.
left
That's a snowmobile.
a friend's house for him to use as a beater. And I have so many friends at Sled Neck that get a new sled every year now. When I want to go out, I just hit them
It's
up.
easy. That's kind of the way to do it, to be honest. But they're fun machines, that's for sure. And then I think we got the white camo kit, Colby Stevenson. He's Redemption, I know. We heard him at the bottom. He was like, get me back up there. Where do I go? Do I need to get on the tram? Do you remember that?
Colby Stevenson. He got back up quick, too. Again, it's just a 10-minute tram ride. You can probably get to the bottom in just about 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, I don't get to I mean, that sled might have been retired to the
to the junkyard? Yeah.
Again, friends with new sleds I get to go out with. And then also just big fan of split boarding, Maggie. That's my number one
the
mode of
human
transport.
powered. I love it. Earn your turns.
A little bit of a hippie in me, I guess.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I would agree. Although I have gone the snowmobile route, and it is addicting. That's where I was kind of getting at. Man, it is so much fun. It's definitely a challenge and a learning curve, but it's definitely a really, really fun way to get out in the mountains and access a lot of crazy terrain, actually.
And I won't turn down a good sled bump.
Yeah, never, right?
But it's funny, my friends, and I'll stop after this as we see Colby sidestepping up back to the start. But enough about me. But yeah, my friends that are big into sled necking, and they'll go out on POW days, and they'll like hit me up like, yeah, you want to go out sledding today? I was like, you guys bringing POW surfers or anything like that? Like, yeah, and they're like, nope, we're just gonna go get some POW turns on the old
snowmobiles. That's always funny. I'll skip. I'm trying to snowboard.
Again, I have an addiction to standing sideways and surfing vicariously through my snowboard. All right, Colby Stevenson, 4-time X Games medalist here at the most recent X Games. Got a gold in street style. Also at the World Cup a week later.
Yeah,
podiumed.
I think got a silver in slope, I believe.
Slope style as well. And he is an Olympic silver medalist for big air. He doesn't take days off.
0. I mean, this guy, it's all or, I was gonna say all or nothing, but it's just all the time.
When it's not a competition day, Colby Stevenson will take his snowmobile out and go ripping around. Also, big shout out Colby. He's got an amazing project a film project he made years ago. Colby almost passed away in a car accident.
Oh, right.
Driving from, what was it, the Pacific Northwest from like Oregon to Utah. Fell asleep at the wheel in the middle of the night. And, I mean, we almost lost Colby, and he bounced back from that, what could have been a life-ending accident.
I mean, life-ending and obviously career-ending to have such a traumatic brain injury like that, and to be able to come back out and ski the way that he still does. Yeah, I totally forgot about that, you know, a few years back now. But I mean, I think that's really like also shaped his perspective on skiing.
Absolutely.
Just being so grateful to, you know, still be here, to be doing what he loves. And I think that's the reason why he's out every single day getting after it. He's just grateful for this second chance at life. And here he goes, dropping in.
Testament to his character. Colby Stevenson, your reigning king of Corbet'S, dropping in.
Oh, speed
checking his running. So on his previous run, we saw the 180 to bounce to like switch cork 5.
Yep.
Into the couloir.
And I think kind of just wasn't able to get the landing gear down quite like he would like to. So I feel like we're going to see something similar from that. But once again, I think these athletes really trying to dial in their hits. This flat light really, really changes the game. I know I've said that quite a bit, but I'm really kind of hammering home on how this lighting and the weather affects, you know, your visuals as you're riding and doing tricks off of this couloir. And it's all about the athletes out here. We want to give them the time that they need to feel comfortable and confident. You know, they're putting their bodies on the line, doing what they love. So we just want to make sure, you know, that they feel as comfortable as possible before they drop in. So I love seeing, you know, when athletes really take their time and take it seriously.
Here we go, Colby Stevenson.
Yep, that 180 in. Switch 5. Oh, I don't not quite able to put the landing gear down. Would love to see him pop right back up, and huge props to Colby for going back out and trying that again. What? Cork 7 mid-run. Oh, and once again, not quite able to put the landing gear down, but love to see him absolutely going for it. Yeah, Colby.
A champion indeed, Colby Stevenson, your reigning king of Corbet'S.
Hiking back up there, just getting his gear together.
Visibility a little more variable out here for the second run for these athletes, but still looking off in the distance here behind us. I can still see Cody P, can still see No Name, can
That's
still
always good.
kind of see. You got Rendezvous Mountain. We're here on Rendezvous Peak, and then just a few mountains south, you got Rendezvous Mountain as you head towards Teton Pass.
Just
iconic Teton mountain range.
Such an unbelievably beautiful mountain range, and the fact that this tram gets you right to the top, I mean, it's so incredible. See Colby getting his stuff back on. I mean, it's Colby. He's going to show us something here on this bottom booter. I know it. Coming into the last jump. The crowd pleaser. Oh, yeah, they're loving it.
The crowd is pleased.
Love hearing the roar. Yeah, Colby. Way to give it another go.
Ah, not this time. Oh, I knew it was a gamble with that trick.
Good work.
Oh, man.
Good effort.
Oh, you kind of see that frustration, but that's what it's about. I love that he went for it. Went for something totally different and unique than the rest of the field. Testament to his skiing and, you know, his commitment and creativity.
Rough in there.
Cam Fitzpatrick down there, giving him some love. Cam, of course.
Yeah, the nose butt at the top. Well, it was almost sick.
Born and raised here in Jackson. Father on patrol for many years, competed in this event.
He's now a father himself, I believe.
He is, yes, he is a rad dad.
Rad dad. Love that term.
Sent it though. It's fucking so annoying.
He's a competitor. He's a fierce one. You can hear he always wants it. And rightfully so. Everyone's speaking French out here.
It's multilingual.
Yeah.
Well, we still love you, Colby. Don't worry, buddy.
Yeah.
We all still love you. And again, just see him nice and healthy down in the finish. If you take a look at the replay, going for that switch one.
Yeah, that 180.
I'm sorry, the 180 into the switch 5. Thank you, Maggie.
Hey, you get a teammate this year. But yeah, like you mentioned, just to see these athletes healthy at the bottom, that's, you know, it's live to or survive to ride another day, right? That's the most important thing of all.
Well, rapid fire as we want to get this underway. We got Tristan Lilly dropping in. Rookie out here in the mix, going for the big backflip.
Holding on. Wow, that was massive. With the big front flip off the cliff. Making his way down to this last jump. Ooh, I like that. I almost thought it was a whack flip, but then he pulled that extra 180 around. Super fun, super stylish.
Tristan Lilly, good redemption here on run 2.
That's a little bigger than I thought I was going to go.
Everyone, look at that.
Good bounce. Oh my God, buddy. Let's go! Yes!
Love hearing the stoke.
Oh my God. Kimbo's actually
The stoke, the camaraderie. Just a moment of silence because it's so fun to take it all in.
all the way through.
Nice work, Tristan Lilly. We're on his first attempt. We saw him go for that crazy corked out hand drag 7 that Piper clarified for us. He was just thinking of doing a hand drag 3 and then realized he had plenty of air time. So as you mentioned, Maggie, kind of cat-like reflexes, getting another flip in there.
I mean, it just shows like all these athletes are so professional. And here's this replay. Woo, the massive backflip saying, you can tell kind of rolling down the windows there saying, oh my gosh, I went way bigger than I thought. But holding his composure all the way through. Got this massive front flip. Then finished it up on the crowd-pleasing jump at the bottom. Yeah, way to go, Tristan.
Yeah, Tristan Lilly. Originally out of Maine, now calling Salt Lake City home. His girlfriend, Piper Kuntz,
Who will
2022 Queen of Corbet's.
Yeah, and is set to drop again.
Nice work, Tristan.
Love to see it. Yeah, getting that option to go again, to redeem yourself, put down what you want to, or put down something clean, and seeing that stoke and excitement at the bottom. That is what it's all about. And we're back at the top, and it's a surprise. We don't know who's dropping next now. You know, with people being able to opt in and out of taking their second runs, and then they're kind of just dropping. The athletes are deciding who's dropping when, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. At this point, it's up to the athletes. They are working it out amongst themselves. Looks like we got Jed Sky, Jed the Shred, getting ready to drop in. Had the back 7 into the couloir on his first go. Goofy footer. Coming in switch as of right now.
All right.
Oh, here we go. Ryan with that right foot forward, his natural stance. Jed Sky dropping in. Again, seeing the back 7 in. Nice work, Jed.
Looks like a slightly under rotation, but like still almost it worked out perfectly for him to kind of keep it to his feet. So maybe like a strategy from him. Flowing through here.
Coming in switch.
A crowd pleaser.
Nice switch 7 at the bottom. Less the no filter confusing or throwing off the what that trick was looking like there for Jed Sky.
Holy smokes.
Was he the one who lost his goggles last run? Someone lost their goggles. I almost think it was Jed.
Ben Poachman.
Oh, sorry. All right. Never
The
mind.
last athlete to drop, so.
I was going to say he was probably excited to keep his goggles that time, but never mind. Different rider.
Nice work, Jed Sky. Taking a look here at the replay. Back 7 into a little bit of a layback there.
Yeah.
Trolled himself. Again, rookie out here for Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
Hung on a little bit better, but thank you. Did you land? It looked like you were like way ready.
Cam Fitzpatrick, he hanging out right there in the middle.
Jackson Hole rider.
Just wanted to listen to what they're saying. I'll get back to more on Cam in a second.
Couldn't see a thing on that jump. It didn't feel as good as last time, but yeah, it's good check
Said he couldn't see anything on that switch 7, that switchback 7 on that final jump.
Oh, really? Yeah, so Flatlight really kind of
where we were dropping in from.
playing a part here on everything. Not surprising, though.
Yeah, it was good.
They've got those blue lines out on the park jumps, but sometimes when it's this flat light, it's challenging all around.
Yuki. Did you see Portland's backflip? Was it insane? Like, some king shit? No, you are unreal.
Hugging it out with Ben Poachman there, talking about his backflip.
I missed it, but I saw your landing mark. Your landing mark was so far.
Dude, your back set at the bottom there was fucking...
Wow. You found the pocket.
Yeah,
You found the pocket.
Fuck, it was maxed out nonetheless.
But you found the landing gear. You stomped that shit out.
Yeah.
I'm loving the banter down
I love it.
Run, man. It's excellent.
It's again, kind of, getting the inside scoop of what's going on out there.
Hitting anything in the middle. Just all the drop.
smart.
Yeah.
Right now, it's crazy.
It's so crazy.
You went back 7?
I went back 7 and switch back 7 on the bottom. I did not like that switch back 7. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see where I was starting from. Like, I didn't know if my speed was okay. And it was just kind of like, I hate it when I grab the switch tail. I think I don't make it look as good, but.
It's fire, dude. I liked it. I loved it.
I'm just, I can't believe.
The camaraderie
I can't believe
is amazing. Oh, gimbal god. Oh my goodness. So this entrance, we saw
Oh, no way, you were telling me about
Jason Robinson take this entrance. I meant to look up what this, ask around what this entrance is called. But Spencer Whiting, AKA Gimbal God,
Oh my goodness.
with a nod to Jason Robinson, who took this chimney in last time. And again, I am sorry, viewers, that I don't have the name of that entrance. I meant to do my homework and refresh my memory. It's a very unorthodox way to enter, but Gimbal God puts it down. He said that was going to be a nod to J-Rob. He was looking at it, eyeing it up. Jason Robinson, who competed in this event a few years ago. Nice method error there for Gimbal God. Love that he's competing in this event.
I mean, wow. Did you expect to see any riders do that today?
Well, he told me on the tram ride up that he was thinking about it.
Oh.
Remember I was pointing it out, mentioned it to you the other day, the little chimney in.
Totally, yep, yep.
Chimney sneak.
Love to see it live. He's stoked.
Let's hear him talk about it. J-Rob, Jason Robinson, represent.
That's so fun. We just came out.
Yeah. It's insane.
It's so flatline.
People can do.
So bad. That was fun.
Of course, Aaron Robinson, Jason's brother, A-Rob, rest in peace.
Whitefish family, I believe. Yep.
You are correct, Maggie.
Yeah, some local legends to the whitefish community. Both of them.
Thank you.
You land the top one?
I landed better than the first time, but I started like going towards that rock, and I don't know, and like kind of had to throw in the brakes because it's so choppy. I couldn't turn. And kind of fucked it. It didn't feel like super flush.
So taking a look at the replay, again, unconventional approach, but there's like a chimney you can sneak yourself down into. Bit of a mountaineer's approach into
Totally. Has any skier done it? I feel like that'd be hard to shimmy down with skis. I'm sure it's been done.
Again, it's such a unorthodox approach that I spaced doing my homework on it, but Jason Robinson, when he did it, he was telling me about the first guy to do it, who I believe was a skier.
Was a skier, okay. Love to see the unique approach.
So Gimbal God, one of the most amazing follow cam athletes out there in the mix, who hasn't competed in any event here, or any event at all, for about 10 years. He's been behind the scenes filming everybody, following them off of big air jumps, following them down slopestyle courses, following them in the half pipe. Gimbal God entering the athlete roster. Love to see it.
Showing us that he's a talented athlete himself, which people who know him always have known that. But I love to see just, you know, the breakaway and, you know, riding for himself too. Getting ready for our next athlete. Let's see who's dropping in. Who's this, DC?
This is Windam Lawn Dart Miller, living up to his name with the lawn dart in.
Oh.
Coming out of Colorado, Windam Lawn Dart Miller with a pair of lawn darts for you all. First run and second run. Oh, getting hung up on the rock. Kid's so tough though. Like
I mean, after watching that, I believe it.
if there's anyone that can take a tumble over some rock, Windam Miller, AKA Windam Lawn Dart Miller.
Styling it out. For the crowd pleaser. I love saying that, crowd pleaser. Yeah, buddy.
Crowd is pleased.
Dang it.
Yeah, buddy.
That was a lot.
man. Well done,
Thanks,
dude.
guys.
Camera 4 needs a battery swap ASAP.
Hugging it out down there with Cam Fitzpatrick. So I was going to say earlier, Cam Fitzpatrick, born and raised here. Dad was on patrol for many years. Really had a hard time bowing out of the event this year, but he has something going on with his neck that he's just like, I can't send it in this year.
I see. I got to take care of the body.
Awesome to see him out here supporting on home snow. And let's take a look at the replay of the lawn dart here from Windam Lawn Dart Miller.
So impressive. Looking like, you know, once again, that landing is getting super chopped up, so holding on to that landing gear, and oh, that rock. I don't know if he was trying to air that or couldn't see it, but it's not covered enough to ride over it.
He had the 180 off the wedge, and same thing he did last run, where that set him up coming and switching to that rock that he did the half cab off of.
Right.
Was possibly going for a half cab or cab switch frontside spin of some variation.
Got a little caught up though, like on the rocks there.
Yes, he did, but he's all good.
Sharks are out.
Mike Boggs now dropping in, now residing in Utah. Spending most of his time riding up at Brighton, up in Big Cottonwood Canyon. Coming up on that west wall.
So he's got, ooh, sending some slough off it. Ooh. Oh.
And a lot of air time airing off of that west wall.
Going through, yeah, our monitor is kind of hard to see. I couldn't tell if, I don't know if he put the landing gear down on that ride, but still, I love seeing the unique, different approaches into the couloir. Woo, little punch fronty there.
We saw Piper Kuntz going off the west wall, then Dr. Hucking stuff with the front flip off the west wall many years ago.
Right. I mean, there's been some rowdy stuff on that west wall.
So Mike Boggs getting lots of love from the crowd at the bottom. His second of 2 runs, his first year here competing at Kings and Queens of Corbet's.
Pioneer line.
That was so firm off the top.
Oh.
That was crazy.
The hoorahs, the love from the crowd.
7 of our 24 athletes have taken a second of 2 runs. We'll see how many more dropping in. Definitely Piper Kuntz says she's going again.
Yep, and then Wyatt, right?
Wyatt Gentry, the local shredder, said he was going again. Let's take a look at the replay here for Mike Boggs coming off the west wall.
Oh, it looks like going over maybe, just a little.
Quick back to his feet, got a cloud of snow that kind of covered that up a little bit.
Hey, I mean, if you can hide anything.
An athlete judged event, so his peers will
Once again,
be the ones.
so unique. You do not see that in the field. So, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. It's so cool that they do that.
Yeah, as we were talking about earlier, they'll have the viewing party.
Thank you, Jackson Hole.
Yeah, Jackson Hole loves you too, Mike Boggs. Yeah, thank you everyone again. I can't say it enough. The entire staff out here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, as we have Anna Asimont, originally out of Colorado, now residing in Utah.
Love seeing her go forward again. Let's see what she has for us here. She had a great first run. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, losing
Oh.
the shoe there.
Looking like she got a little cut up. Once again, that flat light, instead of airing in, kind of took that goat path down. I really do think this flat light is playing a really big part in some of these crashes that we are seeing on this second run. But love to see her going for it again after a really awesome first run.
Yeah, first year out here competing at Kings and Queens of Corbet's. Anna Asimont, why wouldn't she go for a second or two? Had a great first run.
Yeah. I mean, you can only, you know, nothing to lose going for it again.
Anna collects herself here. Again, thanks to the entire crew out here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. Cannot sing their praises enough. Big shout out to Eric Seymour, to J-Mo, to Ranyan Darge. Kenny, who built the lower part jump, originally out of Big Bear, too. I was talking to Kenny last night
really?
at dinner.
Awesome.
Teton Thai here in Teton Village. Shout out the whole staff at Teton Thai.
Oh, good.
Nice
for a
front flip there.
Flip. Oh my gosh, that was so impressive. I love to see the switch up there. Gave us the big backflip and was like, hey, I also got the front flip. Let me show you. See what we've got here on the bottom feature. Oh, the big backy. I love it. The fronty to backy. Way to go for it.
Nice work, Anna Asamont.
So awesome.
Her second of 2 runs here in the Corbet'S. A rookie, not a rookie anymore.
Oh, the stoke. The love, the stoke at the bottom.
Feels good.
Replay. Oh, look at that massive fronty. So impressive. Such a blind rotation. And then at the bottom, brought us the other way. Flip, the back flip. Right here. Going big. Lacing it to her feet though. The crowd pleaser.
Oh, really? Because my nose.
Like, if you have like definitely broken skin.
What happened? I took like a side.
Back up at the start. Let's see who this next athlete is hiking up.
Is that Wyatt? I can't tell.
I think so. Wyatt has like the khaki jacket on.
Okay, see, I thought it was khaki jacket.
Oh, maybe it is.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
staring
If
through
trust me.
the snowflake filter at the monitor here.
We're out in the elements. Love being a part of it.
Just need to be able to convey to all you viewers at home how amazing the conditions are here. The cold temps after last week with the uncharacteristically warm temps across the west. It's returned to winter, and February is usually a sure bet if you're playing a trick here to the Tetons. Jackson Hole Mountain Resort tends to go off in February.
Oh yeah. Like we mentioned, we're getting a storm here in the next couple days,
Yeah,
so
the conditions
you're coming out. You're stoked.
Shout out to patrols. We see a couple more of the patrollers cruising on behind us here at our announce desk.
Yeah, some of the best. Jackson Hole patrollers. I mean, really, like this mountain, the terrain that you can access here is really, really unbelievable. And, you know, with that being said, too, these patrollers, they have a lot of work to make sure it's safe for everyone that comes out here and rides. So, yeah, huge, huge shout out to them and everything that they do. All the patrollers everywhere at every resort. Your job does not go unnoticed.
So, full moon crack getting word from one of our patrollers. What's your name, brother? Matt Queso of the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort Patrol. He letting us know that's the full moon crack. Thank you very much, Matt.
Yeah, hey, thank you. Oh.
On the cusp of a full moon. Tomorrow's the full moon, Maggie, so.
Right.
On the cusp of a full moon. Gimbal God celebrating the full moon, going through the full moon crack on his entrance into the couloir. So we got Ridge dropping in next. Ridge Dirksmeyer. Originally out of Haley, Idaho, Sun Valley, his stomping grounds. Now living in Utah. Two-time King of Corbet'S. Carl Fosfet a.k.a. Crazy Carl, bowed out of competition. Big shout out to you, Carl, and gave the nod to Ridge, and Ridge got the invite.
Going for the double fronty again. Oh! Not quite able to put the landing gear down. But he's up, he's on his feet, retrieving his gear. Wow, I mean, love to see him go for it there. Such a blind trick, and to do it, to go over twice in this flat light, in Corbet's couloir. Being a rookie, nothing to lose out here, just showing us what he's got and what he's capable of.
Yeah, big shout out to Ridge. Got to meet him for the first time the first night here. Saturday for the rider welcome party. Super nice kid, loved his energy. Hyped to see more from Ridge in the future. And to get the nod from Carl Fosfet, Carl, like full on Instagram, put up an amazing post and was like, called him out. This is who I would like to pass my position on to. So again, Carl, if you're tuning in, we love you, buddy. We miss seeing you out here. Hopefully you are out getting some brap ski on.
Oh, I'm sure he's up to something crazy, something cool, as Carl does, yeah. And another shout out to Carl. He's got a pro model ski with K2, and I've never ridden it myself, but I've heard some pretty incredible things. So, you know, if you want to ski like Carl, go grab his pro model from K2. Just getting his skis on here, Ridge. But yeah, this is just the beginning, like you mentioned, DC. I think we're going to see a lot more from this name, so remember it for years to come.
Yeah, just 21 years of age. Young blood. We're going to be seeing a lot more from Ridge. Nice, healthy pow slash. Yeah, Ridge.
Coming into the bottom, crowd pleaser. I just love hearing the stoke from the crowd. It does not get old.
Tried my best.
Yes, you did.
Read the pamphlet, yo. Shout out HLW.
Way to go for it, buddy.
Yeah, Ridge.
I thought I was going so slow. And then I just fucking dropped, dude. Fun. That was so sick, dude.
Got the replay of this epic double front flip. Oh yeah, just that landing, I think just kind of coming up out of nowhere for him, but love to see the action, to see all these athletes absolutely sending and going for it. Rookie out here, but we'll be seeing him again for years to come, no doubt about it. And the nice air in the crowd pleaser.
Maggie, I wonder if anyone's tuning in to the broadcast from up at Corbet's cabin. And if you are and want to bring us down a waffle, I'll take mine with bacon and peanut butter.
I might put the waffle in my boot. I know that sounds gross, but anything to warm these toes up right now. They're getting a little numb. But you're right. DC wants a waffle, anyone up there. They're not too far.
Iconic cabin up there. Glad we had got to share some waffles yesterday.
We did. You know, we got out on the mountain.
Warm thoughts.
Resort laps, waffles, side country. We're here to experience it all.
All right, who's our next athlete gonna be? Drop in for their second of 2 runs. Again, athletes can totally elect to take that second of 2 runs.
No pressure to do it again, though. If you landed and you're stoked or you're happy with what you've got.
You think Tim McChesney's going to go for a second of 2?
I don't think so. I was talking to him yesterday, and he was like, hopefully I land that first one, which he did. Nailed it. The guinea pig with the dub 10. The airs at the bottom, and then the massive switch 1080. I'm like, I think he's pretty happy with that one, DC.
Well, Sharka Penchikova, one of our athletes out here in the mix that has competed here in Kings and Queens of Corbet's before. 4-time Olympian. Let's take a look back at Sharka Penchikova from 2023. Relive some of the amazing memories out here at Corbet's Couloir, Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. Sharka, such a well-rounded athlete.
Oh.
Huge backflip in, getting that extra 180. Went so big after the backflip. It's like, oh, I got to get another rotation in here.
Love to see the action going for it, though. Once again, the progression out here at Kings and Queens is always incredible from both the male and female riders.
Sharka, again, barely making it in time for this competition. Just flew in yesterday afternoon. Almost missed the flight from Seattle. Came in with her coach, Martin, who's from the Czech Republic as well, and it's his first time here. He was blown away.
And I don't think she got any training runs on the bottom jump or anything.
Oh, no, not at all.
Going right into the event. I mean, that's a testament to just her confidence in riding, and I love it.
She was going to try to get a jump or two in this morning. I don't know if that ended up happening for her on that bottom jump, the crowd pleaser. But Sharka Penchikova, she's been having a good season, competing in the NST duels over in Japan. Just raced at the legendary Mount Baker banked slalom. Coming out of the Czech Republic. What has she got for us here on run 2? Again, 4-time Olympian for the Czech Republic.
A vet across the field, you know, not her first Kings and Queens, but been in the game for quite some time, like you've mentioned.
Snowboard slopestyle bronze medalist from X Games. That was back in 2013. So longevity, key to her career.
Respect, seriously, for these athletes who've been out doing this for so long, it really makes me stoked on the longevity side. I mean, it's such a physically demanding sport in all the ways, mentally too, of course, but to keep your body healthy, happy, and strong, and still to be out here riding at this level is so, so impressive. So huge shout out to Sharka and the other athletes in the field who've been doing this for a long time. Dropping in.
Sharka Penchikova, sorry, second of 2 runs here.
Opting for the goat trail. Very smooth entrance through there. Flowing through. Styly air. Yeah, it looks like there's still some powder to be had down in here. Ooh, 180. I'm bad, DC. I don't know if the snowboarders switch or forward.
Oh, you nailed it there, Maggie Boys, and that was a front one.
Front 180.
She's a regular footer, so coming in switch here into the crowd pleaser.
Yeah. Oh.
Going for the corked out cab 5, coming up just a little short.
But love seeing her go for it and showing off those stylish park tricks of hers. Way to send it on run number 2.
Yeah, Sharka Penchikova, who barely made it in time for this event.
Okay, thanks. It's done. Thank God.
2 runs in the books, taking the goat path in on to run number 2, which again, it's a vertical drop on that. That's a fun, exhilarating drop into the couloir.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've got the replay here. Getting the goat path ready.
Yeah, carving that in. Erica Vikander cracked that one open, but there was no goat path established yet, as this coulee has not been open to the public yet this season. So big shout out to Sharka for coming back and competing here at Kings and Queens of Corbet's. As the visibility's starting to get a little better here, Maggie.
It is. It's starting to come back a little bit. So for these riders who are going to take their second runs, they're stoked.
I was on my tangent, and now that it's lunchtime, I'm definitely starting to think more about food. So on my tangent, and talking about Teton Thai last night here in Teton Village, amazing restaurant. But Corey Jackson, People's Champ from, I believe it was 2023.
Yep.
Local Ripper, works over there at Teton Thai. And he's out here in attendance today. Big shout out to Corey Jackson.
Made an appearance. We saw him at the top before the event started. But yeah, huge, huge shout out to Corey. Love to see the local crowd and people who've done this event before and might not be competing, but out here to represent and cheer all these incredible athletes on.
Colby Stevenson was in there getting dinner as well.
Ooh, I love Teton Thai.
Shout out to Pat Rice.
Making me hungry.
Hooking me up with a nice warm beanie to wear out here today, Four Pine Collective. And his brother Keegan Rice, who's out here getting photos, a ripping snowboarder in his own right and an amazing photographer, contributing to curating the culture. Just again, the community out here. It's a tribal gathering, and love the community, especially up here in Jackson Hole.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's once again, it's what makes the ski and snowboard winter community so unbelievably special, but there is something to be said about the Jackson Hole community as a whole.
The culture very strong here. So we see who our next athlete is to drop in. We are in the second runs. No established drop orders, completely up to the athletes. This is Jack Wiley getting ready to drop in, originally from Seattle, but spent some time here in Jackson, has very close ties to this mountain. Residing now in Utah. You've known him for a long time, Maggie.
I have. I met Jack back in the day at Windam's summer camp when I was probably like 12 years old. I think we're around the same age. So yeah, known Jack for a long time and just so excited to see him back out here at Kings and Queens, showing us what he's got. Such a talented rider and part of the Salt Lake City, Utah represent. We've got a big crew of Salt Lake City, Utah people. And here's the crowd. They got the DJ, they're dancing, they're stoked. Waiting for riders to come down. Back at the top. Yeah, letting these athletes really take their time and just making sure that they feel as comfortable as possible jumping in to this couloir to Corbet'S. It's all about the athletes out here. I'm excited to see what Jack has in store for run number 2.
Yeah, had a nice big backflip for us on his first of 2 goes.
Yep. Oh, a GoPro delivery is what we're hearing might be happening up here. We've got to make sure we have those point of view shots.
Absolutely.
They're crucial. And GoPro, a sponsor
Yeah,
of the
thanks
event.
again, GoPro.
Just so impressed with these riders. I mean, we talked about it a lot in the beginning of the event, but just like looking over that edge and into the couloir and just hucking. And then also, once again, just in these conditions of being flat, light, like my toes are cold. I can't imagine how they feel, and they're the ones actually riding. So just so much credit and respect for every single one of these athletes out here today and all the athletes in the past who have competed at this event. Kings and Queens number 7, right? 2025?
That's correct. A concept that was originally drawn up on a napkin from legendary local ripper, Jess McMillan.
I'm gonna remember that. Is that where all great things are started? Napkin ideas?
It's the cocktail napkin. Jess, a ripping skier in her own right, envisioned
Freeride World Tour,
this
right?
contest,
Believe
yes.
So, yeah. And now works for the resort. Getting that GoPro adjusted, making sure the battery's working. Once again, that point of view perspective. Gotta have it. Looks like things are getting situated up there. Shout out to Monster. See that Monster logo down there? Keeping these athletes alive. Maybe that's where their energy's coming from. They're all unleashing the beast with some yummy Monster energy.
All right, Jack Wiley, second year competing in this event. Second run of today. Had a big backflip into the couloir on his first go. Here he is, dropping in for his second of 2 runs. And again, throwing a nice big backflip.
Getting it to his feet.
Yeah, good quick recovery there.
Blowing his way down. I mean, the conditions in the couloir are still probably great, but now that it's a little bit more tracked out, you kind of have to be on. Coming into this crowd pleaser.
Going for the backside 720, and now getting the love from the crowd down here in 10 Sleep Bowl. Well done, Jack Wiley. 2 runs in the book.
Giving the crowd some love, too, with all the high fives. Love to see it. Yeah, Jack cleaning it up on that on the backflip. I think getting what he wanted, landing to his feet. Girlfriend down at the bottom supporting. Yeah, Jack, way to go for it again.
Come on, baby.
Woo. Nice work, dude.
Saw Gimbal God cruise by again. Maybe
Is he
left a
trying to
backpack up here. Wants a 3rd run.
He wants a 3rd run. Hey, unfortunately we don't do 3 runs, but here we got a replay. Sending it, putting down the landing gear.
Yeah, props to Jack Wiley. That's a big backflip. Playing it here in the Corbet'S. Proud of you, Jack.
Yeah, love cheering on old and new friends out here today. Just washing out just a little bit on that final hit, but love to see him going for it. And then giving the crowd some love. High fives for everybody.
So we have seen half our field take a second of 2 runs. 12 athletes have dropped in for a second go.
Thank you. I feel like I was way higher that time.
The iconic tram there, big red. In the backdrop of the shot.
Thank you. Yeah, no.
I think now offering up that PB&J. Gotta get the comp nerves over with and then eat some food.
Thanks, dog. Oi.
Badass. Well done, Jack Wiley. So we take a look here at the top of Corbet'S. Who's our next athlete going to be? I know we definitely still have Piper Kuntz taking another run. We still have Wyatt Gentry, the hometown hero, that wants to take another run.
Like I said, it's just a surprise to us too, who's dropping and how many more athletes we have to go.
Oh, we saw Jed Sky take a second run as well, didn't we?
I believe so.
So
yeah.
we've seen over half our field. That's 13 athletes.
All right.
Drop in. Shout out Jed Sky. Completely up to the athletes, the drop order here for run 2. And that was the original concept of this event, an athlete, or a contest for the athletes. The organizers wanting to treat this as basically like a filming session with your friends.
Yeah, I mean, just remembering as much as it's about progression and pushing yourself, why we all do what we do, and or remembering why we do what we all do in the mountains is because we love it and because it's all about having fun. So I love having that athlete focus, and the event staff really, you know, kind of emphasizing that for the athletes as well. You do not see that very often. I'm just loving it. There's DJ. Is that the DJ booth, right?
That is the DJ booth. Sitting on the back of a snowcat.
Oh, that's right.
Entertaining all the fans down there in 10 Sleep Bowl. You get off the sublet chair and can shred right down to the bottom of this venue in just 2 seconds. So that's another good way to stay warm. Just power lap and sublet. That's now a high-speed quad. Looks like Madison Blackley, maybe.
Right.
Be our next athlete to drop on their second of 2 runs. Yeah, Madison Blackley coming out of Utah. A queen of Corbet'S out here in the mix. That was 2021 when she was crowned Queen of Corbet'S, the first snowboarding queen.
First and only, or just first?
First and only.
Okay, yeah. Which will obviously change after this year now that we mentioned that there is now a snowboarding category and a ski category. They are no longer combined.
Madison Blackley, regular footer, riding with that left foot forward, her natural stance. Dropping in for a second of 2. And opted for the goat path entrance. Again, with visibility, not a being a little variable out here, not a bad move. Just getting into the couloir. Why wouldn't you go in and get some pal turns when it hasn't been open to the public yet this
You're
season?
right. I mean, it's probably the best it's going to be all season long. Yeah, going for it. Not quite able to put the landing gear down, but love to see the progression and pushing it up in the ante. Flowing through. Headed into the crowd pleaser.
Your 2021 Queen of Corbet'S.
Poking it out.
Pleasing the crowd down there in 10 Sleep Bowl. Congratulations, Madison Blackley. 2 runs, and her day in Corbet'S is done. Her work is done out here. She can celebrate with her peers out here in the mix. Nice work, Madison Blackley taking a look at the replay here, taking the goat path in to Corbet'S. Again, still an exhilarating drop. Gets the nice backflip in the middle of the couloir and one of the enhanced features. And then the nice straight air at the bottom for the crowd down here at 10 Sleep Bowl. Utah's Madison Blackley, the only queen snowboarder of Corbet'S.
I yelled so big for you, dude. That was...
With another great run.
Yeah, man!
You're talking to Jed Sky down there in the mix. McPherson.
I'm just hoping I didn't like under-rotate my back. No, like I fully got it to my feet, but then it was like sideways.
You did fully get it to your feet, Madison. Again, love the candid conversations down at the bottom. So Claire McPherson right there with the two-tone orange jacket, your reigning queen of Corbet's. Assuming that with her down at the bottom, she will be electing to not take her second of 2 runs. Thank you everybody once again for tuning in with us. So we are through half of our field of athletes out here, 24 athletes. And now 14 have taken their second of 2 runs. Getting word that Piper Kunst, your 2022 Queen of Corbet's, will be our next athlete to drop. Piper throwing the big backflip into the coulee on her first go. First time she's ever flipped into Corbet's. What is she gonna have for us here? Originally out of Park County, Colorado. Right outside of the small mountain hamlet, historic old mining town of Alma, which is Spanish for soul. This athlete definitely has a lot of soul, now calling Utah home. Spending most of her time up at Alta in Little Cottonwood Canyon. Here's Piper Kunst for her second of 2 runs.
Yeah, Piper.
Oh,
Laying
yes.
it out. Yes, did she get it? Oh. Not quite able to hold on there. But love to see her going for it. She was just sitting with us, as you probably mentioned, but just talking about what she needed to do and lay it out a little bit more. And it looked like definitely was a little bit better to her feet, but just putting the landing gear on out here is so, so difficult. Looks like losing both of her poles, but happy to see her just spring right back up.
2022 Queen of Corbet's, Piper Kunst. And that helped propel her career a lot. Definitely got a lot of recognition after that year.
Totally, totally did. And once again, we've seen that in a lot of the athlete like bios and interviews, just them talking about how it's really helped propel their careers. And I mean, just that in itself is just so special about this event. Just really like giving these athletes the platform to perform and showcase their skiing. I think Veronica Paulson talked about how she hadn't had any signed sponsors and how her landing the first ever backflip for a female skier in the couloir really made a name for herself. But yeah, Piper getting down to the bottom. Way to go for it again, girl. So much respect for her and every single athlete out here. Britta Sigourney still out here, rip. Supporting everyone and love to see it.
Yeah. You were going like this way. It was crazy.
I'm surprised my skis.
Yeah. How do they stay on?
Colby Stevenson getting some commentary.
Oh, it's yours. It's yours.
Let's go. I was like, fucking get my poles, please.
You went so big,
That's right, the Ninja's probably out there getting her poles for her.
Yeah, Ninja's hiding out there in Coombs Cave. Named after the original king of Corbet's, Doug Coombs. Jackson Hole Air Force represent, legend out here.
I'll just, like, whatever I do, I'll cut. I know, that one, it felt good. And then just boom, concrete.
Oh,
I know, I could have, like...
love listening to the commentary. Really getting the inside scoop.
Oh my God. I can't believe that. I was like, oh my God, she's hanging on.
I should have tried a little harder. I'm so proud of you, Dad.
Let's take a look at the replay here for Piper Kunst. Going for the backflip again.
Oh, and just definitely a much better takeoff for her than the first one. But oh, I keep saying it and repeating it, but putting that landing gear down here in Corbet's couloir is so incredibly technical. But so stoked to see her go for that again. And then just listening to the camaraderie of all the athletes cheering her on at the bottom. And then those ninjas out there probably retrieving her poles.
So that's 15 of our 24 athlete roster that have taken their second of 2 runs. Yeah, definitely an off-axis tomahawk there.
Yeah, that was, like Colby was saying and everyone else, like definitely kind of a unique situation down there, but
Not the traditional, like,
over the front.
bars.
Yeah, a little bit. Get corked in all the ways.
Come on, give her the hatchet. Nice.
Yeah,
It's
Jack
like a
Wiley,
helicopter more than a tomahawk.
her boyfriend and Kings and Queens of Corbet's rookie Tristan, talking about that as more of like a helicopter than a tomahawk.
You chicken out? Yeah. Stomped it. Got some hardware up there too. Yeah. Can I help you? This is bothering me. How does one know?
Can I help you? Your goggles.
Did you feel any pop?
No, but it's like really hurts.
What do we have here? Who's up next? Is this Wyatt?
Looks like Wyatt. I believe that is the hometown hero, Wyatt Gentry. Shout out to his mom and dad. Working here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort.
Mom accounting, and we just learned that his dad's a groomer
Yep.
here. So awesome.
You ever gotten a cat ride?
I have, but it was years ago. I was a grom then. I need to do it again. I can't imagine being in a cat here on some of these steep groomers. That's got to be pretty thrilling.
Cool machines to be in, indeed. Again, shout out to all the cat drivers out there. Behind the scenes people, yet again, to help the operations of a ski area. Some more unsung heroes out in the mix, operating the heavy machinery. As we are just moments away from sending Wyatt Gentry, hometown hero, local ripper. First dropped into Corbet's when he was 7 years young.
He's so impressive.
He had a 720 on his first attempt into the Cool League. Got it around, just didn't ski away from it cleanly. So what do you think, Maggie? We're going to see the 7 attempt again?
You know, knowing Wyatt, I think he's not afraid to go for it again. He wants to land. He's young. He's hungry. So I have a feeling we're going to see the same thing. I don't know if we got it out of him last time, but when he came up into the booth and was chatting with us. But I'd say he's going for it.
Here in front of the home crowd. Do you have any pre-drop rituals all your years of competing, Maggie?
That's a good question. I tried to keep it pretty simple. I mentioned earlier I wasn't a music gal, but I always just took a really big, intentional, deep breath, and then when I exhaled, I dropped in. But thankfully, it wasn't superstitious, didn't have anything like that.
No triple pole tap or anything like that?
No. I didn't always, but for the most part, I journaled the night before. And I'm not a big journaler, but it's actually, now that I'm done competing, really fun to go and look back on my mindset pre-comp. All right, Wyatt getting the hoot and hollers. Yeah, buddy, getting ready to go. Just these athletes, we've mentioned it a bunch, but just it's so important that we let them take their time to get ready and, also make sure everyone else is ready. There's so much that goes into this with the filmers and the safety crew. So it's just making sure everyone's dialed in. But priority is those athletes. Here he goes.
With the pole tap. Wyatt Gentry, second of 2 runs.
Whoa, just giving us a massive 360. And gosh, with the snow here, oh, looks like he kind of washed out. We weren't quite able to see the landing, but way to get back in there and go for it again. I mean, he was one of the first athletes to drop hours ago, what it feels like. And then to just stay back up here and commit to dropping it again, and love to see it.
Yeah, he had the second drop of the day behind Tim McChesney, who drew the first drop of the day. And that random drop.
Looks like he lost his poles too. We got the ninjas out there getting all the gear. I love it, the ninjas in Coombs Cave.
Excited to see a lot more from Wyatt Gentry in the future.
Yeah, his career is truly just beginning, or professional career, I should say. You know, he's been a local Jackson Ripper for many, many years, but I mean, sights are really set on him. He won, what was it? He was nominated for, you know, upcoming, like, Rider of the Year from IF3 last season for his performance in the Blank Collective film. Just all around, such an impressive rider. A really great kid, too. Super humble, super kind, and just loves the sport of skiing.
Yeah, it was Breakout Skier of the Year.
Thank you. That's the word, breakout.
Oh, the first Cossack of the event.
We love a good Cossack. That's a true crowd pleaser. Oh, just coming up short there. Losing both of his shoes, but he's back up on his feet. Yeah, buddy. Showing some love. He's like, you know what? Forget the skis. Forget it.
Well, we tried.
Noble effort.
On the top, not enough speed on the bottom. Oh. Good work, good work. We're still alive, that's all that matters. Having a great time out here.
Live to ski another
Just
day.
stoked. Would have been cool to land, but you know, it's all right.
Take what you can get. That was sick, dude. Beast mode.
You good? Yeah. Your hip on that one. Oh, that's my shoulder a little bit, but it's fine.
Let's take a look at the replay here for Wyatt Gentry on his second of 2 attempts.
Going massive on this 360. Unfortunately, not quite able to hold on, losing both of his poles, but we've got the ninjas out there getting the gear to all these athletes, helping them out. And then we did unfortunately see him at the bottom with not quite enough speed on that last booter, but happy to see him pop right back up onto his feet. He said, forget the skis. Got a crew out here helping. Yeah, buddy, way to go for it. Rookie out here. Remember the name, because we're going to see a lot more of Wyatt in the future here at Kings and Queens, and also, I think, just filming really impressive segments for years to come.
Went too fast on that top one, too slow on the bottom.
Gave her hell, buddy. Good job, man. All right.
Tired by the time I
Good stuff.
You good, bro?
I'm totally fine, dude. Oh my God. You went so big, dude.
So big.
Oh my God, you're such a legend.
Oh.
Yeah, dude.
We're getting word that Erica Vikander is back up here at the top. Looking down, yeah, I see her just below us in the start.
She's got a nice pink jacket. She's easy to spot.
Next year, he'll be back. Watch out.
What happened to SNS? Said no. He said there's not cameras. I was like, I know. It's all good. Next year.
Hearing some of the candid conversation down at the bottom. What happened to SNS was Wyatt Gentry maybe thinking of dropping.
Oh, was he? No way. That would be a first, I feel like. I
Would
mean,
be for this event.
it is the Kings and Queens of Corbet's, but I mean, anything could happen out here.
SNS, the neighboring couloir, just to the skiers right of Corbet's.
Yeah, the mandatory wall ride in.
More of a spicy entrance. All right, Erica Vikander. Utilizing Set the Goat Path for the season on her first go.
Also, shout out, I forgot, she's a Montana girl from Bozeman, Montana. I don't think she calls that home anymore, but you know, being a local Montanan myself, I love to throw that out there. Letting these athletes take their time, get dialed. You probably have heard the name. She's been on multiple freeride world tour podiums, but has decided to take a step away from the freeride world tour to just pursue filming and getting creative out in the mountains.
Hear the drone in the air.
Getting all the drone angles, the drone shots. Shout out, I think, you know, B-Dan, John Riley. Oh, sorry. Forget what I'm saying. We got Erica dropping in. See if she takes that goat path again. Yep. First person to do that. Slide right in there.
Yeah, not often you get to claim that you're the one that set the goat path for Corbet's.
That's super true. Massive floaty air. Styling her way down like she does. Headed in now to the crowd pleaser. Woo! Just styling it out for everybody. Way to give it another run, Erica. That was
Nice
super
work.
smooth, super clean.
Erica Vikander with a very smooth top to bottom approach here
Oh,
for
heck
Corbet's.
Has to feel good to go do it again. There you go. Listen to the live commentary.
Hi, Mom.
All the love to Mom, always. All the moms out there, shout out. Parents, dads, grandpas, family, friends, all the supporters. It's, you know, as an athlete, it also takes a village when you're an athlete. It's all about that support and the people you lean on. It's really, really important.
That has never happened in my life.
Take a look at the replay here for Erica Vikander in her second of 2 runs. Again, set the goat path for the 2025 season on her first go.
Making it look easy, too. Styling our way here down the bottom. I know she had an air for us in here. Oh, yeah. Then setting up for the final booter and into the corral. Yeah, Erica.
Nice. Honestly, let's just like do it right.
Let's see, we could still see another run from Yuki Kadono potentially. And then looking at the start from here, I got to kind of glance through some trees, but it does look like Yuki Kodono up at the start. 2014 Olympian from the 2014 Winter Olympic Games, hailing out of Japan. Two-time Burton US Open slopestyle champion.
And one of the most like happy and excited people on a snowboard. Just shares the stoke, brings the vibes, the good energy, and really happy to see him in here dropping again into Corbet's for run number 2.
This event completely changed his life. He had never jumped into a couloir before coming to this event.
Yeah, it really just came from that park background, right? Kind of knew that he was transitioning out of his career and moved to Jackson after that as well, correct?
Still calls Jackson home. I believe that was 2021, his first year competing in this event. But yeah, again, life-changing experience. And so cool hearing about him talk about what this valley and these mountains mean to him.
Yeah, Yuki. Throwing out his stoke and love before dropping in.
All right, regular footer, Yuki Kodono, swiveling around, so setting himself up for a switch drop.
Yeah.
Going for that corked out cab 5 again.
Washing out, maybe doing a couple ragdolls there, but so stoked to see him going for it again. Styling it out through this middle section, the steezy 360, and then headed into the crowd-pleasing final hit. Yeah.
Yuki Kodono to the roaring welcome of the crowd at the bottom. Let's see if we can get some audio from Yuki down there.
Oh my God! My knee almost exploded.
Oh no.
Look at that smiling face.
Yeah, like I mentioned, he came back, he shattered his kneecap last season in the backcountry, so just so excited to see him back riding, not just back riding, throwing down off of Corbet's.
Shout out to Cam Fitzpatrick, his good friend, who Yuki lived in Cam's parents' house when he first moved
Then I'm
here.
like, oh shit, I'm gonna hit that rock. Yeah, buddy!
It's all about that, the friends, the family, the camaraderie, I keep saying it, but it's about all the people that support you. That's what makes it happen.
I really wanted to, but
Ah! That was so scary! Oh my God! After I took off, I was like, holy shit, this is so bumpy and flat. I thought you were gonna hold on, dude.
I did too. I thought you had it.
Fuck! You were fighting so hard. That was so.
Well, let's take a look at the replay here for Yuki. That corked out cab 5.
Yeah, perfectly to his feet, but I mean, it's getting choppy down in there.
Cowboy conditions, I'd imagine. They're in cowboy country.
Got the styly 3 there in the middle of the run.
Mid-coolie back 3 there. Yuki Kodono, some memorable moments from him in the past. His first year with a huge switch backside 180. The first switch back one. Snowboarder into the couloir that we're aware of. Then had a hand drag back 3 as well. I believe that was 2023.
Second run is always having fun. Thank you. I forgot to hit that record on second one.
the first one. Yeah, it was documented for sure.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, man, that was awesome.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Oh, I was like, is he gonna throw it on the kick?
Well, hello everybody. Thanks again for tuning in here to the 2025 Kings and Queens of Corbet's, and DC here, joined alongside by Maggie Voisin. And Maggie, just got word that that's going to wrap it up for our athletes that are taking their second of 2 runs. So this year's edition, the 7th year of Kings and Queens of Corbet's, is officially a wrap.
Well, it was so fun to be out here with you in the elements, DC, and to be a part of the live action. That is Kings and Queens of Corbet's. So thank you for having me.
Thanks for being out here. Pleasure sharing the call with you and the desk with you up here on the top of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. Again, I can't thank enough the entire staff out here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort for coming together and making this all happen. So again, this is an athlete-judged event. So the athletes will have a viewing party later this week. They'll get together, they'll tally up their scores and factor in their opinions, and we'll get you the results later this week after the athlete viewing party. We will get you the results out here for the 2025 Kings and Queens of Corbet's. But shout out to all the athletes, 24 amazing elite athletes. But for now, we're going to leave you with the highlights. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in out here to the 2025 Kings and Queens of Corbet's here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. On behalf of Maggie Voisin and our entire production staff, I wish you all a wonderful afternoon. Thank you again very much for being part of this year's experience.